Shit. Why can't I pin that? Fuck. Any mods in here? Any super fast mods already in chat? Can you pin that? Apparently it's a code. Thank you. I don't think I ended up doing Grimm's birthday. Why do I feel like I forgot to do that? Oh, never mind, I did. I did do it. Ooh. Black Desert Global Lab. March 6th, let's see. Oh no, I see class changes, Sage. No shot! They changed dimensional compression to a forward guard? That ability's useless now. It's actually useless. The fuck? I mean, useless for awakening. I mean, I guess Succession could still blanket it with a super armor, but what? Oh my god. That's fucking funny. That's funny as hell to me. Yo, what's up, Klish? Okay, War of the Roses finally getting changes. Anything else? Quest? Nothing? No. UI shit? System shit? Bug fixes? Okay, so Sork. Okay, Prime Black Wave being nerfed. Prime Dark Flame and Succession Ultimate Dark Flame being buffed. Prime Shadow Eruption and Succession Ultimate Shadow Eruption being buffed. And Violation being buffed. So just Black Wave. That's a pretty sizable nerf for Black Wave too. It's a 20% nerf. Tamer getting a fuckload of changes. I'm not even going to bother trying to figure out what all that is. I'll just ask the Tamers. Kuno looks like getting some flow stuff. Cooldown reduction. Some damage increase. Suck Guardian, okay. There's self-healing getting doubled. Their DR getting self-buff getting doubled. Amua's Circle's gonna actually heal you? Isn't that the Rabam? It is too. That's gonna be super armor and heal you for 2,500? Holy fuck. That's actually sick for both Guardians. Ah, but 50-second cooldown. Okay. I was gonna say, with a 20-second cooldown, that's kind of crazy. Amua's Flame. That's this one getting buffed too. Getting a forward guard. It will no longer slow. It applies where you're throwing it. And the explosion is bigger, so, and the cooldown reduction. So a little ranged ability. Huh, interesting. Sturdy Smite. I believe is down here. Sturdy Step. Okay. Oh, that's another Rabomb. Sturdy Smite. So getting a forward guard, losing the bound, no down smash, DP debuff, and shorter cooldown. Huh. And then Mountain's Echo. So lots of Rabomb work. So this will affect both kits. So you added the ability to activate instead when skill mountain. Okay, just some linkage and stuff. Let's see what they did to Awakening Drank. Super Armor effect has been added while using the skill. Dragon Tip the scales. This is the jump one, yeah. So that's going to be Super Armor. But no more knockdown. That was a really good engaged CC for them though. And then it's going to consume stamina instead. It no longer rotates with the camera, so it will only go forward. It's like going to be like a bull. You do a little sidestep and they just go past you. They also reduce the damage of it by a lot. By a fucking lot. It lost over 25% of its damage. It's going from 41.25 down to 30. Okay, Storm Piercer, Dragon Blood. Okay. This is getting a super armor, but losing its float. So they lost 2 CCs. Nothing else really changed with it. Oh, there's a core. Let's see. Oh no, I'm reading the wrong skill. Wait, what? Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, so this is super armor, losing the float, losing damage as well. Hexblood Tectonic Slam. So that is this guy. So this is gaining a bit more damage. Very minor amount on the first and second hit, but a bunch more on the last hit. So it looks like they want you to combo with this. But it's fully unprotected, right? Hexblood Concealed Claw. Oh, that's the flow. Buffing the damage on that as well. So Savage Decree into Concealed Claw. That's fully unprotected too. So it's gonna have a fully unprotected combo? What the fuck? Storm Maul. It's like they took away all your catches. They're gonna make you more protected. Let's see. When hit is successful, the floating effect has been changed to knockdown. Okay. Yes. Okay, so this will be one of the primary catches then, I guess. And then Fate Beckons. That looks like it should be up here. Yeah, here it is. It's the WF. Okay, so this will be super armor. It will be faster. The range will be increased. The movement distance of the skill has been... Wait. Oh, I see. So they're reducing the movement distance, but increasing the attack range. So you can't... They don't want you using it as much for mobility, but still it should be about the same for catching. And then improving the links with it. Probably solid changes? I don't know. Putting a forward guard on dimensional compression, though, for Sage is actually hilarious. Oh, today's Rift Day, chat! I forgot. Today's Rift Day. That is a much bigger nerf for Awakening Sage. They say Suck Sage can use Prime Rift Chain to vanish completely from enemy sight and reposition. Combined with Super Armor, this allows Sage to maintain defensive effects through most actions while looking for CC opportunities. To introduce more risk when Prime Rift Chain is on cooldown, we changed Dimensional Compression's defensive effect from Super Armor to Forward Guard. Yeah, you know what? That fucking affects no... Oh, that fucking affects Awakened Sage way more than Suck Sage. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? That is more of a buff for Suck, because yeah, Suck, not only will you have the super armor from E-buff, but you can also do it with the super armor from Rift Chain. So now you're just going to be super armor with a forward guard instead of just super armor. That's a fucking... In the right situations, for a good Suck Sage, that's a buff. For Awakened Sage, the ability's dead. Not that it was an amazing ability for Awakening Sage, but it was at least a little bit of neutral. Yeah. It was like one of the last things that we had to try to preserve our stamina. It's fucking... They are pissing me off. I was telling this to Divios, is they are doing all the wrong changes. They buffed A, B, and C, right? They buffed abilities A, B, and C, made Awakening Sage overpowered. Instead of going back and nerfing A, B, and C, they're now nerfing D, E, and F, and G, leaving the A, B, C, which is what made us overpowered. And eventually, they're going to realize, oh, maybe we should go back and nerf those other things. And now we're just going to end up way worse than we were before. Like, I hate the fact that we're just fucking movement damage. I am getting so close to just being like, fuck it. I guess I'm going to play something else, because I'm not going back to that stamina bullshit of years ago, and it's getting there. It's, believe it or not, the stamina is actually worse now than it was before the buffs that made us OP. But it's not as bad as it was originally. But they are making it that way. They are moving us in that direction. And they are just going to make Awakening Sage unfun to play. I'm not dealing with that shit for another 3-4 years, crossing my fingers, hoping my class gets buffed. Hope that they fix the problem that they created because they were too fucking dumb to nerf the things that actually made us overpowered. You don't pay for reroll coupons. I don't know why you say that, Techo. There's a whole tag system. People barely pay for that shit. And of the people who do reroll, they get more than enough given to them through seasons and other rewards. Let's start an Awaken Hash arc together. Awaken Hash is my backup. I like Awaken Hash. Awaken Hash looks cool as hell. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to buy weight because most people have maids and family inventory. Yeah. They've made it so easy to reroll, so easy and so cheap. I can't even imagine the money they make from rerolls being a percentage of a percentage when you compare it to Gamba boxes and people just buying crons or buying outfits to sell and stuff. Yeah. God, man. I wish we could just go back to Awakened Sage before they made us OP. I actually just want to go back to that. Because I'm worried where this road is leading. Yeah. That is the problem, Techo. They just make poor balancing decisions. And I think the most reasonable, I don't know, you guys tell me if you think this is reasonable. I think Pearl Abyss, when they make a class overpowered by buffing ability A, B, and C, they refuse to go back and nerf A, B, and C, because then the implication is if they immediately have to nerf something they just buffed, it's almost like them just admitting that they don't know what they're doing, right? So instead, they decide to go and nerf other things because they don't want to admit that they don't know what they're doing. The frequency of them actually doing that is so infrequent. Like, what did they even nerf in that case? I mean, I guess they did that with Warrior for sure. Fuck, why didn't they just do that with us? Oh my god. Fucking annoys me, man. So goddamn much. Well, Suck Sage is too strong for large scale. Suck Sage is one of the best. It's like Archer, Ranger, or Ranger Archer, I don't know which of those two is better, and then Suck Sage. So I totally understand why they would want to nerf Suck Sage. They just did it the wrong way. That's a buff for good Suck Sages. And a fat fucking nerf for Awakened Sages. Are we mad or happy at Global Lab? Not at Global Lab, but I mean, I like balance, right? I like when they do buffs and nerfs and stuff like that. So I'm happy they're adjusting things. But within the context of Awakening Sage, it's like, I don't like the road they're going down. I know where this leads. I know Awakened Sage will still be fine. Some more of the flavor of the month players will get off of it, and I'll still play it, but I'm worried. I've seen this road before where they keep nerfing the wrong things on a class, and then they eventually hit the right thing, and then we end up worse than we were before the buffs. It's not even just like, it's obviously an overcorrection in nature, but it's not even like, it's not them swinging too hard recklessly. It's them just changing all the wrong things. It feels like they're guessing. And then they keep wondering, okay, we buffed A, B, and C. This class became overtuned. But instead of nerfing A, B, and C, we're going to go back and We're gonna instead start nerfing other abilities. And then they, like, every time they nerf ability D and E and F and G, right, the class is still overpowered because they didn't target the things that made it strong, right? And then finally they realize, oh yeah, we need to nerf C. And then they go back and nerf C. So now we're fucking worse than we were before because now we have all of these other nerfs after they finally address the right thing. And that's exactly what they're doing with Awakening Sage right now. At least that's what it feels like it, right? Obviously, we need the last step of them finally hitting the right thing. Like I said, I would rather them just go completely back. Bring us back to just over a year ago before they gave us the changes, the OP changes. I hit the dummies overnight. I'm an XP lord. I think it's just these, right? Oh shit, I didn't mean to put that in there. Is this again? I guess we do it again? What is this? Huh? Where do these come from? Oh, is this that? Oh, this is probably that code. Fuck. Oh shit, look at all this stuff. Mount level down. I think I'll take the mount level down. I'll use those in the future. Okay. Better luck next week. I don't know, whatever those green ones are. I can't remember. Doesn't matter what you use, it's all inconsequentially cheap. Whether you use the most expensive ingot or the cheapest ingot, it's pennies, the difference in price. Relative to each other, it might seem like a big difference, but considering of how much we're grinding these days, you grind for 1 hour and it gives you an absurd amount of clicks in regards to just the ingot prices. Just use what you have. Okay. Yeah. They should make them 4 days and 23-hour respawn time. So this way you can always have them available at the exact same time. You could always do them at the exact same time. I honestly wish they just made them every 7 days as well and just increased the stones proportionally. Nice, Ellie. Congrats. I don't remember you complaining about pitying it. I hear people complaining about pitying stuff all the time. But nice to hear your luck turn around. Wait, what am I doing here? I can't take the well. How many clicks we at now anyways? 43. Shit. 2 more weeks and we're 20% of the way there. Or 10 more days and we're 20% of the way there. Okay, actually I'll restart my client once I get there. Honestly, Grudo, I don't know how progressed you are, but because it's a time-gated clicks, I honestly think your best bet is to just save up and buy a Splendid. And then click, and then just save your stones for clicking the other thing. The Shining. Was it always a thing? Yeah. When you take the Griffin out here? Yeah, and I think they're cheaper on NA. You must be on EU. Oh no, I guess. People trying to do exactly that, right? You've never seen it? You guys never teleported to Sycraia then? Because that's been there since last week. And Sycraia's only been here for a week now, right? Yeah. Look at that. Missing out on the lore of the Griffin ride to Sycraia because you're too lazy. You just want to telescope straight to my booty. Anybody here? Nopers. Okay, time to... I'm going to relog. Yeah, I mean, that's... That cutscene is for the teleport to Sycraia, right? It's not the normal Griffin. You could ride the Griffin the normal way. That's just the teleport to Sycraia. True survivor. Feeling like a little kid. You gotta go outside. We're Sycrying? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Oh, shit. Ooh. Never-ending adventure box. Oh, you get all of it. Holy balls. And what's in this? 10 Jay's special scrolls. But yet, Jay's nowhere to be found. Jay's like that fucking dad who abandoned us. And now he just sends us a birthday gift once a year. Fucking guy, man. Fucking guy. No, there's no reason to use 2 Han BSR crystals. My dog needs to hurry the fuck up. I love Guilty Gear music. Wait, what's Guilty Gear music? It's gonna be such a fucking habit to get rid of, too. Trying to get rid of the habit of using dimensional compression. That forces us to use Riftstorm a lot more. They should have buffed Riftstorm at the same time. Riftstorm is such a shitty ability, and now they're forcing us to use it instead. Oh, well. Tried to pity another armor today? Yeah, that's me tomorrow, or next Thursday. That reminds me, I need to turn up my phone. I'm expecting 2 phone calls today. Wait. Oh, I don't need the house buff. Okay, let's see. We will grab these guys and what is that? 250 times 5. Do I have enough for all those? Yeah, there we go. It's wiped out. We wiped it out, chat. What are we doing on buffs in here too? Oh, we used all of our 530s, huh? It's so hard to use these loot buffs I've been collecting. 66 pities deep going for splendid? Shit. Yeah, they filling? Oh, 70,000 left. You gotta be kidding me. What are you doing? When's the next show match? Oh, you missed it. It was yesterday. Oh no, not happening, fella. There is nobody here. Not happening. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, for about 2 seconds, Enlave, until the karma system and the one-sided deck or the removal of the one-sided deck system stops it. I'm pissed today, Enlave. Can you just, like, get them to change Sage back to the Sage, like, Awakening Sage back to, like, before they overbuffed us? Like, about a year and a half ago? I could give you the exact date of the patch. Just bring us back to the day before that. Because you guys are really pissing me off with what you're doing to Sage. You guys keep nerfing all the wrong things. And then your little justification, and I know it's not you, you're my vent. The little justification in there of why they nerfed dimensional compression and how it's to target Suck Sage shows that they know nothing about Suck Sage, because that's actually a buff to Suck Sage. I just want to go back to Awakened Sage before you guys buffed it. Please. Please just bring us back there. But you guys are slowly whittling away all the shit on this class, and instead of targeting the shit that actually made it overpowered, you guys are whittling away at everything else. And it's really just making me not want to play it anymore. I would rather you guys just go back to before that patch. Awaken Mystic time? No, I have no interest in Awaken Mystic. Might be Awaken Hash time. Medozen, what are you even fucking typing? Do you think NA PA does any development? There's only one PA. What do you mean, which PA? Shut up, Zach. You shut up right now. No, technically you're wrong. Because if we're just going to start fucking yapping about any acronym that is P and A, then there's way more than two there, fella. Obviously, if we're going to stick within the context of the conversation, there's only one. Fucking idiot. It's just, Enlave, when you guys overbuffed Awakening Sage, right? You gave like 80% more damage to Spear Bolt. You gave a bunch more damage to Judgment. You gave the knockback on Impaling Flash. And then you gave us unlimited stamina, right? So, yeah, of course that was going to make Awakening Sage busted, because you had unlimited stamina, you had a class that had a bullshit block jump, and it could kill you standing, right? And instead of nerfing those things, you guys have been whittling away at everything else now. Instead of addressing the thing, like the thing that made us broken. And you keep whittling away at other things now And it's just making the class more and more linear. You're forcing us into that path. And I just worry that it's going to go down the same path that like Awakened Drac went down. You guys did the exact same thing with Awakening Drac, where you kept nerfing all the wrong things, and then one day you finally realized, oh, this was the thing we should have nerfed, and then you nerf that, and then it's fucking just in the dirt. And this is the path we're going down with Awakening Sage right now. Where I would just rather you guys just completely undo everything you've done in the last fucking year and a half. Bring us back to the pre-buffed Awakened Sage state. Because I had more fun with that. This is just getting unfun now. You just keep taking abilities away from us. Instead of nerfing the abilities that were usable, that you made too good, you just keep taking away other abilities and making them unusable. Dimensional compression on Awakening Sage is just going to be a complete death sentence. And it's a buff for Suck Sage, which is hilarious because the blue text above the change, it's like they thought it was a nerf for Suck Sage. But they don't realize Suck Sage isn't going to be using that shit. Like, most of the time they're E-buffed, or they could use it during the SA Super Armor anyways. Like, most Suck Sages had to worry about doing dimensional compression because it's a long animation you get locked into, right? And you will die in your Super Armor doing it. But now that Suck Sage can layer their personal Super Armor buffs with the forward guard, it's actually a buff to Suck Sage, not a nerf. I mean, it's a nerf to bad Suck Sages, I guess. I just let that shit rip anywhere, but the good Suck Sages, oh, that's 100% a buff. But Awaken just gets hit hard with that, and that was like our one backup. It's like, oh, okay, they don't want us using Lightning Prison to linger for stamina, because we can instantly cancel out of it, right? So they wanted to make it forward guard. Okay, fair. Makes it situational. I get it. I'm not crazy about it. Still would have rather the other things be nerfed, but okay. But now it's like, okay, now you got to choose. You either use Dimensional Compression, you're locked in the animation in your Super Armor, or you use Lightning Prison, and it's a forward guard, but you're not locked in it. So it felt like there was a little bit of nuance there. Like, okay, you depending on the situation, you pick one or the other. Now, like, there's no reason to ever use Dimensional Compression. That ability just, you might as well unspec it if you're an Awakening Sage. It's not like it had a ton of, and this is the thing, is this isn't something that, it's not like Awakening Sage is broken now, or like useless now. This does very little to it, but it's just another ability now that has just been made useless. The situations it could be used in have been, well, in the case of that ability, completely nullified. And it just feels like we're going down this road of you guys nerfing everything else instead of the things that were the actual problem. Legit, like, one or two minor nerfs away from this class just being completely unfun and it being a ghost town. There'll be nobody playing it anymore. Because all of the stuff that makes it strong will still be there, but yeah, I mean, if you could cancel out of it too, then I guess that would be fine, but that would still be I don't know if they would let us cancel out of it with Bolt. It would have to be like something you cancel out of with Rift Chain. I don't think they would let us cancel out of it with Bolt. And if they'd only let you cancel out of it with Rift Chain, then yeah, it would. I mean, that would still be a bit better, but I just don't want them to be fucking changing the things that don't matter, though. Nerf the things that do matter. But we're just, like I said, I'm so fucking frustrated because I see where this is going. They keep nerfing the things that don't matter, that have their own little minor situations, but they keep nerfing those abilities instead of nerfing the actual problems. And yeah, being able to cancel it would definitely make it even stronger for Suck Sage, for sure. I don't know. I just feel like I should start class shopping now. I feel like instead of waiting for that patch to come, I should just start class shopping now. Because I already dealt with fucking being completely buried 6 feet under for like 3 years post reboots. I've been through this once before. I don't feel like doing this again. No, I have no interest in Striker. If Suck Striker was cooler, I'd play that, but I'm not interested in Awakening Striker at all. Like I said, it most likely would be Hash. Awaken Hash. I like Awaken Hash. It's similar enough to Awakening Sage. And that's the thing, is it's funny. Because you take Awakening Hash and you take Awakening Sage and you compare the two, their playstyles are very, very similar. Except Awaken Hash doesn't kill you standing. Which is the exact problem they created with Awakening Sage with Spearbolt and Judgment, where it's just killing people standing. The thing is, the Magnus change wouldn't bother me so much if it wasn't for that blue text. If it was just in there, I was like, oh, okay. It's a nerf for Awakening Sage. But the fact that they tried to justify it by acting like it's a nerf for Suck Sage when it's anything but shows that they just don't know what they're doing. If I could choose, I would... December 2023, they announce a giant patch that the community freaks out about. The changes for Awakening Sage in there are the majority of what they announced, or what they ended up giving us, minus the extra damage on Spearbolt, and minus the Impaling Flash change. What we were supposed to get, we were still supposed to lose, like, Shock Relay was supposed to be changed too. I like Shock Relay the way it is. But, like, I would keep the Lightning Surge change that we have now. I wouldn't have buffed Spearbolt. I wouldn't have buffed Aftershock. I wouldn't have buffed the damage on Judgment. I wouldn't have gave us a knockback on Impaling. I would have let us get the Forward Guard on a Taurus Spear, because that's a lot more useful, a lot more punishable. It's not like Awakened Sage had damage problems before the changes. It just had to catch to really put out decent damage. Otherwise, it was mainly just, like, very minorly chipping you. I like the Lightning Surge change. Cadge, I think I got an Ictus. Fuck you saying? Time to go back to Guardian? No. If anything, I'd go back to Warrior. What did Guardian do to you? The environment is way too fast for Guardian. It's a comfy class, but it's a boring class. Every class is dying in SA unless you're running some fucking brick mode. That's not a Guardian exclusive. I've seen Guardians outlive people with people on them. Outlive many other classes. Awakening at least. Suck is a different story. Guardian is far from being a squishy class. Yeah, no, Awakening Sage is good. It's still good after these changes. I don't think these changes make it weak or anything. We're just continuing down this road of the wrong things. And their text acting like it's supposed to affect Suck Sage. It doesn't affect Suck Sage. It's a buff to good Suck Sages. I bet you Divios and Virelium, two of the best Suck Sages, are both going to be laughing about these changes. Netrit, yeah. My bad. Yeah, Suck Sage is down bad.
When Dio wanted protections he got it but forgot PA always charges.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Gained, what, 2 or 3 super armors, but lost 2 CC. I think they gained 2 super armors, lost 2 CCs, and then 1 float was changed to a knockdown. And then there was some damage nerfs. Damage nerfs on protected abilities, damage buffs on unprotected abilities. I think that's the TLDR. Oh shit, that's right, I took it off when I clicked it earlier. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you won't be able to turn the camera on that, so it'll be just like you use it and you go there. There's no going there, there's no going there. If they do one sidestep, it's like you're gonna see the Drat go whoop. It's cooked, I'm sad. Wait, what are you sad about? You clicked collect all rewards? There should be nothing wrong with doing that unless you're a hoarder and you just let that shit pile up in there. You know what you need to do? You need to be like me. Keep that shit nice and tidy. Look at that. Nice and tidy. The only thing you're hoarding, Zach, is your virginity. Calm down over there. You don't have to say it. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. I'm just feeling some type of way and I'm swinging at everybody today. Wait, what is this you just sent me? What is that long ass scroll bar? Is that your fucking rewards tab? Oh my god, Zach, I hope one day you accidentally click it too. I might as well take this off my bar. Boom. You have a dedicated character? See, I just make sure that I keep like different things in the appropriate storages. So I just claim what's in my storage. I open my inventory, or sorry, I open up my warehouse. I hit auto move all, and then boom. Everything is where it needs to be. I have different storages for different things. That's not different from it being in the safe or Y tab. Yes, it is, because there's a 0% chance of me accidentally collecting all the rewards and now having to manually move everything, because it's all organized already. That's the difference. And when I get a new reward, I open up my safe and I see everything that's new. I don't have to go filtering through and guessing what's new in the safe. So yes, it is different. Fucking bunch of hoarder ass motherfuckers in chat. Jesus, I don't even want to know what your houses look like. Does it actually tell you what's new on the side? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Maybe I've just tuned it out every time because I'm so well organized. Decorations and stuff piss you off, and that's fair. That stuff is annoying. But I have a storage for that stuff too, but you're right. I do have to manually, like the unstackable stuff, you do have to manually move that. But I just do this. Boop, 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 land of the morning light. Look at all that fucking garbage in there. I should actually go through that storage one time and actually remove some of that shit. I don't see a what's new window. Maybe I'll have to wait till I get something new. The point still stands though about accidentally click and collect all. I've seen multiple people complain about doing it now. And I don't know why you guys would gamble with that shit. Oh, I guess there's a reward log there, yeah. You guys are just pissed because I'm organized and you're not. Lol. Ooh, look at that. We got a yellow. Is this gonna be our first red? This gonna be our first red. Nope, no red today. Or at least now. Yep. Tomorrow we pity another Adania. Or not tomorrow. Holy fuck. Next week, next Thursday, we pity another Adania armor. Unless I hit it in the next 2 attempts. But if I fail 2 attempts, the last one I'm using a lower stack. Which means I'm even more likely to fail it. Perfumes are sold out because the main things that give perfumes are not being turned on. The only time that perfumes are like sitting on the market is when Solaire's running, because there's not only just less people grinding, but they're also getting perfumes to sell. Guild Leagues contributes a bit, but not nearly as much as Solaire does. $40 hours per week here? Well, there's only been 1 week here, but yeah, I probably did put 40 hours into it. Well, 9 to 2, but yeah. I got that 5-hour workday.
Home is where the heart is.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go you want to go?
I actually have only grinded 2 hours off stream in the last week because underwater is actually fun. But prior to Sycraia, I haven't grinded off stream for fucking months. I've been playing games like Path of Exile and Diablo 4. And, you know, when the family's not home, I fuck around with those in the evenings. Otherwise, you know, I'm spending time with the family. Am I locked in for this season? I don't know. It's kind of... I haven't been paying too much attention to Path of Exile because Crimson Desert is just around the corner and I don't want to get sucked into something else. Shining Alchemy Stone of Life. Yeah, I really like PoE. PoE 2 specifically. I like PoE 1 too, but I actually prefer PoE 2. Diablo 4 was a lot of fun. I barely played any of this PoE season, or at least the one that just passed. I wasn't crazy about Druid. Nope, I just keep saving them. They're just something that one day if I need money and I'm down bad for silver, I'll just vendor them. Because I think they vendor for an okay amount, right? Aren't they like the equivalent of specters? I can't remember. How many do I have? 300 of them now. Yeah, 30 mil. So I have almost, what is it, almost 10 billion silver worth of them? 900 million of them? Not, or sorry, 9 bill worth? It's just one of those things. Whether I sell them now or I sell them later, they'll be worth the same amount, and I don't need the silver now, so there's no reason to rush to sell them. Because you never know, they might use them for something else in the future, and you know the likelihood that they'll do that and not just make a new stone is obviously slim, but it's not zero. So I'll just hoard them to the day they make them irrelevant, and then I'll just vendor them then. What's the max price of the new Sycraia crystals? Is it 3 bill? So if the Sycraia shards need 50 of them at 30 mil a pop, or no, 30 of them at 50 mil a pop, sorry, I got that backwards. That means 1.5 billion silver is just the cost of those shards. What else do you use? The fighting crystal, which is like 10 mil, that's pretty irrelevant. They'll drop back down. The Blackstone's 500k. How much are Blackstones? I'm just rounded at 200, so that's like another... $100 mil, so that's 1.6. You subtract the tax off 3 bill, you're sitting at about 2.6. So that leaves 1 billion silver left over to allocate to magical shards. And you need 300 magical shards, which means magical shards need to drop below 3 mil before you start, or sorry, yeah, about 3 mil is the point where you start breaking even selling the new crystals. So you won't actually start being able to make profit making those crystals unless like BMCs hit min price. Then there will be very marginal profit. What's a good substitute? I mean, there's no such thing as a good substitute. Dimensional compression was your substitute for the lightning prison change. Now you're asking for a substitute of the substitute. I guess Rift Storm. You know what you do? You hold S. That's what you do. That's your substitute. You unspec dimensional compression and you just hold S. Sage is getting nerfed. Suck Sage is getting buffed. Awakened Sage is getting nerfed. It's a very minor nerf, but it's just like another change that is wrong. They're doing the wrong changes to Sage. They're buffing the class that they're trying to nerf, because if you take a look at the text, it says that they're trying to nerf Suck Sage, but that's actually a buff to Suck Sage. And it's definitely a nerf to Awakening Sage, but a very minor one. It just makes the ability useless for Awakening Sage. It wasn't a good ability to begin with for Awakening Sage, but now it's useless. So they're just, you know, nerfing the wrong things, and they're just doing all the wrong things. I was losing an SA skill a buff because Suck Sage is always SA anyways because of the way its Rift Chain works and because of its E-buff. Most Suck Sages die in dimensional compression because they use it and they take too much damage while they're locked in an SA. Now, they could still use it. It'll still be SA, but it'll be forward guard SA for them. Because they'll just use it during SA E-buff or the Rift Chain SA. Any good Awakening... Sorry, for any good Suck Sage, that's a buff. For bad Suck Sages, yeah, it's a big nerf, because bad Suck Sages are bad, whatever, right? But if you're actually trying to nerf the people who are overperforming on it, that's actually a buff to them. It's not a nerf. I mean, don't take my word for it. Go ask Divios, go ask Varelium. I bet you they're going to be thrilled about it. I bet all the good Suck Sages, the OG Suck Sages, are going to be like, fuck yeah, I can actually use this ability and not instantly die in my super armor now. And it, like I said, it doesn't really do much to Awakening Sage, but the fact that they labeled it as a nerf for Suck when it's very obviously a buff, if you know anything about Suck Sage, you know it's a buff to good Suck Sages. Yeah. Yeah, because you're locked in it, and you're just locked in this SA. You don't have the SADR when you do it, right? So you just get blasted down because you're locked in it. Now you'll have that forward guard buffer first. You won't be able to just throw it out willy-nilly when you don't have the SA buff or when you don't have the E buff, right? But when you do have that, and that's where all of Suck Sage's power is. Suck Sage is a very powerful class when it's E buffed, and you know it's okay when it isn't. And this just makes it much stronger when it's E buffed. Yeah. Oh yeah, crit damage goes crazy. But that's the thing, is you're like never not E-buffed. I mean, AOS is always doomed for Suck Sage, period. But when it comes to Node War and Siege, you have 2 E-buffs because of reset. And the time between pushes is usually pretty low. You almost always... You probably have your E-buff ready for like 80 or 90% of the pushes in small scale. Because Suck Sage is able to reset that shit and double up on them. Yeah. Yeah, and that's okay, Mikers. You don't have to participate. That's exactly what we're yapping about, Mikers. Is yeah, Suck Sage is like probably right behind Ranger and Archer in terms of its large scale performance. So it does make sense if you're trying to nerf it for that, right? But this buff, the people who are going crazy on Suck Sage, this change will make it better for them, not worse. So it just doesn't make sense. It makes the skill completely useless for Awakening Sage, a skill that wasn't even that good for us to begin with. It was more used for the neutral, just to keep yourself safe if you wanted to chill and you knew there wasn't a grab on the table, right? But now it's completely useless to Awakening. And in the situations where most Suck Sages use it, it just became... Good Suck Sages use it, it becomes stronger. So they didn't do what they were trying to do, and they just ended up making it worse for the area that they weren't targeting it for. It's just overall a bad change because of that. Hey, what's up, Neppy? Hope all is well. Yeah, I'm doing great. I mean, I guess it's the thing, right? Is they have so many classes, so many specs. I guess it's difficult for them to have one developer dedicated to every class that knows it inside and out and knows where it needs nerfs and where it needs buffs. So it feels like they just have a guy who has a very shallow understanding of every class, just looks at it like it's a spreadsheet just off the numbers, and makes changes based on that. SA is strong, forward guard is weak. Yeah, right? It's actually funny to me how many people think that forward guards are just always weaker than a super armor. They don't realize that there's some crazy nuance behind that. In some cases, a forward guard is way stronger than a super armor. The thing too, right, is they have so many classes now. Like, I don't blame them for not having a super in-depth understanding of each class. Obviously, it'd be preferable if they did before they went through making changes. But there's so many classes now. And I really don't think that they should outsource changes to the community. If they just listened to what the community yapped about and made changes based off that, holy, this game would be so cooked so fast. It is impossible to get objective opinions about classes. 90% of the feedback, there is some objective feedback, don't get me wrong. Obviously mine is the most objective. And you too, chat, you guys are the best. But as for everybody else, right? You have most of the people who doom about a class and will act like it's dead when it's still perfectly capable. And they want nothing but buffs and never any nerfs if their class is OP, right? And then you have people who are on the opposite end. They don't play that class, but they're mad that that class beat it, and they want it nerfed into the ground, right? That's like 90% of the feedback is those two sides of the spectrum. So if they just started balancing based off of public opinion, it'd be fucking awful. Every class would be so cooked. When it comes to class changes, the specific changes kill set, they do not. Can't cook Suck Striker any more than it is? Yeah, Suck Striker and Awakened Meiwa. Those two classes are in the most desperate need of love. It's funny because you have a ton of people too who will be like, every class needs nothing but forward guards, and you're like, okay, so you want them all to be Suck Striker? And the thing is like forward guards are insane for ranged abilities. That's the thing about a forward guard, is you got to be able to get behind it. And if they're you doing it from range, you can't even chip them then. I bet you could identify a few abilities in the Archer kit that are super armor now that would probably be stronger as a forward guard. I don't know which abilities those would be, but I'd be surprised if there wasn't a few. You only have one SA damaging skill. What ability is that? Maybe that's the one. Yeah, if all of your essays are movement, then yeah, that's stuff that you need to use to make distance. So. Smite is a forward guard for the last year. Maybe they already did it, right? Maybe they already took some abilities and changed up forward guard. Try to get to the edge. Wait, you're telling me a range class is trying to play from ranged? Holy, Zach, that's crazy. What the hell? I'm gonna write a guide on Archer now. I bet there's a ton of people out here who don't know that. They've been trying to play melee Archer this whole time. Uh-oh, Bing Bing is here. Never mind, he's gone. Trust me, there's a lot of people who do that. I fucking believe you, too. I fucking believe you. One trick Archer players are not telling you about. Oh, fuck. "50 pages of clickheads." What the fuck is a clickhead? Do I even want to know? Sounds kind of dirty. Like just the words clickheads. Oh, for first-person shooters. Oh, okay, I was thinking of like frames per second. That makes so much more sense. Just like there's different PAs, there's also different FPSs, idiots. Fucking annoying, isn't it? Are the sound effects out of stock every time I check? They shouldn't be. People haven't been redeeming stuff lately. I still don't know who turned them off. I'll see if I can turn them back on. Oh, I could turn off watch streaks. I never saw that setting before. Wait, it doesn't say they're off. What the fuck? I'm going here before the mobs spawn on me. Maybe I need to go into here? No. Oh fuck, I clicked the wrong thing. No, get that out of here! Maybe the review rewards queue? Oh yeah, they're all paused. Okay, unpause, unpause. Unpause, unpause. I don't know who paused them all. I'm getting rid of the Uabon one. Kind of irrelevant now. Oh shit, my fucking memory faded. God damn it. Forgot about that. Do I have a new mic? No. It's I actually added some compression to it, which narrows down the higher and the lower frequencies. And then it makes for a much more consistent volume. In general, compression typically makes things quieter, so I do an output gain boost as well after. And it just makes the mic more clear, and it won't peak as much either. Oh, 1 second. I gotta relink the thing to OBS. Okay, let's see. OBS connection. Connect. Yeah, there we go. It's connected now. Okay, it's still not working. What the fuck? Let me relaunch it. I like how you guys start spamming before you check to see if it's fucking working. God, you guys are dumb. I don't even want to refund you guys. Okay, try now. Why is it not working? I'll refund the shit from yesterday too. A self-ban redeem? There is a self-ban redeem. If you click the little button in the top right corner of the stream, it's in the shape of an X. Okay. I'll refund the stuff from yesterday too. Yeah, there was like almost nothing redeemed yesterday. That fucking makes sense. Okay, and then we will complete the rest of them. Boom. Okay, now I will figure out why it's not working. Oh, it's not linked to everything. Fucking disconnected. Okay, token expired. Connect to Twitch. Yeah, I gotta relink that, which means I'm probably gonna need my phone. Oh, maybe not. Okay, authorize that. Okay.
Shut up, bitch!
There we go. Maybe the redeems weren't working and I just wasn't noticing, so one of my mods were like, okay, we're gonna pause them all so people stop wasting points.
That's probably what happened.
And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum boom, yes 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 yes.
Remember, guys, if you want free cash, that's free cash calling you right now on Discord. Type !_ free cash to redeem. I never realized how much I was grinding on bug channels until this week. Has anybody had any channels bug out on them yet in the last 24 hours? Where you can't pull the full amount of mobs? Think we still get some hammers? The anniversary, maybe. We're getting close to the time where they do like a dev talk, right? I can't remember. Is that usually March or April? April? Okay. The mystery rewards. I don't know what mystery rewards you're talking about. How much do you even get from these now? $10 mil per 100. It's an okay little amount then. It'll be interesting now that I have all the rewards. Maybe we save them all up until the end of the event and see how many we have. Although I don't know how long is this event supposed to last for. I guess I won't be grinding much after Crimson Desert comes out. Unless I just fall out of love with Crimson Desert real fast. Song request still broken? Is it not requesting any songs right now? I didn't know that was broken too. That's a completely different bot. Second. Let's try it. There we go. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I'll refund those song requests too. Refund. Refund them all. Nope, I do not. Sometimes I'll use exit leg, but it seems exit leg these days seems to be a mixed bag. Feels good for like smaller fights and 1v1s, but whenever there's like a siege going on, I don't know what it is, but it fucking just seems to shit the bed. I think there's too many people using it once or something, I fucking don't know. That's what I'm thinking, Kinjara. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all, LA2, because you're like one of the best candidates of using something like that, so you're probably just using it improperly. What's the move for lunch? I'm not eating lunch today. I eat way too much breakfast. I woke up this morning, I was feeling a little energetic. I got some nice sourdough bread, so I was like, I want some scrambled eggs on toast. And I thought the family would want it too. I ended up making like 7 eggs for the whole family. And then only my youngest daughter wanted like 1 egg. So here I am. Maybe she had about 2. But here I am eating 5 fucking eggs for breakfast. So I'm kind of stuffed. You don't care what anyone says? Hey, I appreciate you. I
fertilized those eggs.
Well, there goes my appetite. Returning player, and just noticed they gave a free T10. What would you recommend for choosing it? Oh, definitely the Pegasus, the Arduino. Significantly more useful than the others. I use NordVPN because of ads and it's good, but the last few weeks probably is my internet. I think the thing about NordVPN or VPNs like that is they're not intended for gaming. So they may not necessarily be giving you the best route for lower latency, where things like exit lag, for example, are trying to optimize for latency. I think a lot of other VPNs try to optimize for stability. Applebee's and IHOP are the same restaurant now? I did not know that. We don't have any IHOPs here, but we do have Applebee's. Our Applebee's is never open for breakfast. Isn't IHOP typically known for breakfast? Isn't that a breakfast joint? Since when? I don't know. Is that person just spouting misinformation? I believe it. Pancakes? Yeah, I was gonna say I thought so. I mean, I love breakfast restaurants. Oh damn, who brought in the sexy sax? Someone's trying to get laid. I believed you. Per AI, IHOP and Applebee's, both owned by Dine Brands, and are launching dual-branded locations that combine both restaurants under one roof to offer, for example, pancakes and burgers in a single space. Shit, look at that. I believed you. You know what, Sparky Anna? Just flip the middle finger to all of these non-believers. I believed you. I could fuck up a burger pancake? Shit. That's kind of like a McGriddle, right? Except instead of sausage in the middle, just take 2 pancakes and put a burger in the middle? Hell yeah. It's one building with 2 entrances. Maybe they just repurposed the exit. I mean, technically, you could use the exit as an entrance. If we want to argue semantics. Taco Bell, Wendy's, all under one roof. You guys have that at your gas stations?
You have a trio and bum fights on scene.
You guys have the best gas stations. Oh my goodness. Smother and cover those hash browns. God, I love good hash browns. I wonder if my Sork is level 65 yet. KFC Taco Bell? So bad? Oh my goodness. I could cook you under the table, Svinless. Quite literally, you'd be under the table, filleting me after with how good I fed you. I'm in. No. I take it back. Let's check right after this orb. Let's see what this orc's at. We got a single blue orb? No, we just got the one yellow. Let's see what this orc's at.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't
Yo, Ice, thank you for the sub.
wanna don't do you could don't do you don't do you wanna don't do you could.
Okay, let's see. Do we hit 65? No. 77.77. Oh my god, if I killed like 2 more mobs. I just noticed a mistake in PA's patch notes. You go down to the Immortal Mass stuff. They say the recipe for harmonies uses harmonies. What a bunch of idiots. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, they put perfumes in their toys. They meant to put the harmonies. Dark Princess? Will you be my Dark Princess? Hell yeah. Now we're talking. I like the little purple wisp we got. I really wish that they would have gave it death penalty reduction or figured something out with that shit. Pretty lazy for cosmetic, but it is. Yeah. If it were any color but purple, I'd actually not care about it at all. But because it is purple, I like it. The costume is cool. It'd be cooler if you could hide the helmet. I'm annoyed that you can't hide the helmet for it. Because I was planning on hiding the helmet. I also feel like the helmet would have been a good combo with many other outfits too. Maybe it's a bug and next week they fix it and you can hide the helmet. Right, chat? Can you hide the helmet? Actually, I wonder. There's another outfit that's similar to this. I wonder if you can hide the helmet on this one. I don't think you can. No, I know you can't hide it on the new one. I'm wondering this one. No, you can't. So yeah, I think it's because any outfit that makes your character model disappear under it, and that's effectively what's happening with the new one, they won't let you hide the helmet, because then you would just have no head. And they don't want you to be able to do that. We do need more fantasy outfits. Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's different though. I think they legit can't figure out how to just hide your head, so it actually makes your whole model invisible. I think with the last couple K-pop outfits, they realized they didn't sell much. I think what happened is, like, the first couple we got, people were like, cool, we haven't had outfits like this before, and a bunch of people got them. But then people fell out of love with them real fast, because people don't need a fucking dozen different K-pop outfits, right? So I think the last couple, their revenue for them dramatically went down, and they're like, okay, we gotta go back to fantasy. Gotta speak with our wallets, everyone buy this, yeah? Everyone. Adani armor's alright. Adani armor is another one of those outfits that I think would be cool if it was more exclusive. The Oblivion's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a good outfit. Because the armor glow only applies to the Adana armor. It doesn't apply to your costumes. That's why you can't turn it off like you can with sovereigns, right? You have these little eye things here on your sovereign weapons that allow you to turn on and off the glow when you have custom outfits on. You don't have that with your armors because the glow doesn't show through to other armors. Because the glow for Adani armors is specific to the Adana armor itself. Why, you ask? I have no idea. They should make the more general glows that apply to all armors. Yeah. You want to see the glows for that stuff? You have to wear it. You have to wear it or show the Adani armor. You probably lose the glow too if you use the Adania armor outfit, right? You probably lose the better glow. A new car. Oh, you know what you're gonna get, or just gonna wing it and go to do some test driving? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, Sycraia was my favorite spot a while ago. Nice fuck you. No. I remember when last time we were looking for a new vehicle, I was eyeballing the RAV4. Eyeballing. That's why I said eyeballing. Heated seats are great, and a heated steering wheel. Especially when it's 40 below zero. That fucking steering wheel can be real goddamn cold. Yeah, mine does the whole wheel. 100 streams. Holy, what a loser. What's up, Dragor? Good morning. Afternoon. Oh. You see the nerf Awakened Sage got, Dragor? Awakened Sage is dead now. Absolutely dead. Yeah. That's the thing, right? And that's the thing that drives people nuts about Sork. That's what people don't understand about Sork. Is Sork... This is what annoys people about Sork, is they play the game in a completely different way than anybody else. And you have to adjust to the way they play. If you don't, the Sork's just gonna eat your ass up. You have to play the game their way. And yeah, there's a bunch of matchups in this game that are, they're gonna do what now? You getting all excited? Slash is like, yo, any Sorks want to fight? God, that woke you degens up. Holy shit. I don't think it's necessarily about needing though, Dukes. It's just people have their own different play styles. And yeah, I'm sure Seraph is completely capable of living next to you, but I think it's also perfectly capable, I mean it evidently is, of playing the way that Dragor played. And yeah, it makes it way less fun for your opponent, and honestly, making it unfun for your opponent is part of the fight. If you want to get into your opponent's head and frustrate them and piss them off and make them make more mistakes, playing in a way that's unfun for them is, you know, it's a good way to not fight them again. I mean, they won't want to fight you again, but at the end of the day, it's still a strategy to get into your opponent's heads. And the thing is, Dukes, is you don't have to play into it either. When he dashes away like that, you could just chill and wait for him to re-engage. Yeah, it drags out the fight, but if he's playing it in a way that favors him and then you just keep playing into it because you're like, well, I'm not going to, let's stoop to his level, so therefore I'm just going to throw my face at him and let him punch it. You know, that's on you, that's not on him. I mean, boring and effective, though, are two different things, and it was clearly effective. Both mentally and literally, right? It's like the way that I played against Dragor's Ninja. Dragor fought myself and Kelb, and he said fighting me was way more annoying because I played in a way that was annoying for him. It gets frustrating for the other person. That's part of the matchup. Yeah, and Dukes, because of that, you're going to take L's and you just got to deal with it, right? If you can't get out of your own head like that, you're going to take those extra L's that you don't need to. And that's not their fault. That's your fault. You could try to high road it as much as you want, but it just is what it is. Well, certainly it is different if it is your win con and your only win con. But that doesn't mean that they have to play a way that's favorable to you, more favorable to you. Because they have multiple ways to play that setup, but one way is more fun for their opponent, that doesn't mean that they're obligated to play that way. That's what you're mistaking. But it certainly will create more of an environment. Like if he's always playing like that and you're just really not liking it, yeah, I mean, there will come a time where you just stop fighting him and now he doesn't get the fights. That'll be the consequences of his play style, right? But it doesn't change the fact that it works and he has no obligation to play the way you want him to play. Shaky leg defenders? Well, it's the same way too, right? Shaky Bait does the exact same thing to people. He will just run around and he will force people to chase him and chase him and chase him. And they eventually get frustrated and annoyed. And then they make mistakes. It's a perfectly viable strategy. Yes, it's unfun to fight against, but it's perfectly viable. And they have no obligation to change it up for you. Because they're playing two different games at the same time when they do that. Not only are they playing to win, but they're also playing to get in your head and piss you off. I mean, you can still make fun of it all you want. And yeah, just running around, yeah, it is what it is. But it's still a win. A win's a win. I personally never made fun of Musas for running. I'd get annoyed with it. Be like, for fuck's sake, stop running, pussy. But it doesn't change the fact that their class complaining about a Musa running is like complaining about a warrior sitting in Q block. That's why I always consider warriors or any SA Q block class that complains about classes that run or vice versa just a pot and kettle situation. It's the same shit. It looks a little different, but it's the same shit. It's the same thing about complaining about a Sork iframing too, right? The class is designed, that's one of their strengths. If you're playing into your opponent's strengths because of some pride excuse you have, that's on you. That's not on your opponent. You don't have to play into that. Like I said, when he runs, you could just stand there. Be like, okay, now what? What's the Sorik's weaknesses? I'll get back to you on that one. It used to be running. You used to hold W and walk away from them, but that ain't a thing anymore. What strength is he playing into? Your impatience. That's what. So I guess he's playing into your weakness. Persistence until their hands cramp up. Is that an immortal human? I fucking hope not. No, it isn't. I'd have been pissed if I was using immortals all morning. You fucking, whoo, goddamn, fucking scared me for a second. Yeah, I personally don't see it an insult, calling him the new Shaky Bay. People who made fun, all the people who complained about Shaky Bay running away were doing the exact same thing you did into Dragor. Is they would play the mental game that he's trying to play. They would kite him around, or he would kite them around until they got impatient and made a mistake, and then he'd punish them for it. And then they would get mad that he was just holding R&B the whole time. When someone has a play style like that and you play into it and you die because of it, that's on you. That's not on the person doing it. The thing is, too, is I think I know what's going on in Dragor's head. He's like, okay, Dukes is trying to stay close to me. His grab's available, so I need to dash. But since my dashes are all linked to each other, if I only dash once, then I don't have these other two dashes, and I still got a couple seconds to wait on other cooldowns. If I try to rotate my other SAs, that's going to guarantee the grab on me. So I might as well utilize these, at least one of these extra dashes. Get a little bit extra distance. And try to bait the grab. And then when he sees your grab is down, then he goes a little bit more aggro. Yeah. Yeah, Seraph is fucking so hard to catch with anything but a grab. It's so protected. It's so protected. So you got to remember that, right? If your only win con is grabbing them, then their win con is avoiding the grab. Right? That means if they're going to do everything in their power to try to avoid the grabs. Nice. Better save that tower for the next rotation. Fucking 2 of them back to back just means I got wait forever for more mobs. Red orb check, still 0, Kiwi. Still 0. I got enough blue balls around here, Beefy. I don't need a couple more. Have you got a red orb yet, Kiwi? Have you ascended to a higher plane of BDO existence? No yellow in 2 days? Well, I got a yellow one today. 1 yellow and 6 greens. I'm half tempted to go through Divios's VOD. You know how at the beginning of the week he streamed his perspective from Siege on Saturday? I'm half tempted to go through that and look at how many times he used dimensional compression. And how many of those times these changes will be a buff. I have no idea. I just scrolled past the tamer shit because I was like, that's too much. When it's just damage numbers and protection changes, I can wrap my head around that, but I don't know enough around that class to even want to attempt to read all of that. Was Divio streaming last night? Kuno is unethical after the patch. Class already strong in PvP, but no one plays it. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Just still don't see a lot of Awakened Kunos. Now you're just saying shit, Beefy. He's streamed multiple times since then. Many times since then. That was like over a month ago. Maybe 2 months ago at this point. I'm pretty sure it was before the Olvia Academy. Man. The, what is it called? The shock room? That fucking toilet seat looking thing? That thing's kind of badass looking. The Sovereign one. Maybe I'm a Kuno, chat. Maybe it's time to play Awakened Kuno. What's the name of my Awakened Kuno? Look at that. I even got a really cool class icon for it, too. I remember Valkia made a sick one. Right here, look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh, Zephania? Never mind. I ain't running around with that name. We need a name change. I'm actually kind of curious. Let's go through Divios's VOD. I want to see how many times in that siege he uses dimensional compression and how many of those times he won't be able to use it anymore. I'm actually quite curious. And then we'll also track how many times he uses it and maybe dies in it that he won't die anymore. Oh, wait. Didn't realize we had an orb rolling. can give me one of my. You can give me one of your character names. I'll ask for one of those when I want to be removed from the partner program. I still need to stock up more value pack and stuff, so maybe I'll take a rain check on that. Fell asleep with YouTube on. Had a dream with a salesman with a nice ass voice. I wake up and this is on, and somehow it's your voice. Thank you for the good dream. Oh, hell yeah. I hope it was a dry one. What was the salesman in your dream trying to sell you? Yeah, you definitely will never ever use dimensional compression ever again unless you have either the Rift Chain SA or the E-Buff SA for sure. And that's both for Awaken and Suck. I mean, Awaken just never uses it now. They made it completely useless.
Hey, one second. I want to pull up WS's VOD. I want to see this. I'm not gonna bother putting audio up for it. But I am kind of curious.
I am cheating. I
Yeah,
am
where
a
does the
hacker.
siege start? Let's
Put counter up on screen too. Okay. Okay. We'll call it DC. No, that's going to confuse people. Dimensional compression tally, I guess. Uses. It will feel buffed. Uses. It will feel nerfed. So let's go through. Right? We'll pay attention every time he uses dimensional compression and see how many of them. Okay, maybe back up a little bit further. Yeah, went a little too far. Okay. So, he's just fast forwarding through. Okay. He had his E-buff there. Although he didn't get punished there, so he would have been fine. I didn't see anybody behind him. He doesn't have the Rift Chain buff. There's nobody behind him on his map. Definitely feel a lot more dangerous. I think, to be fair, though, these situations, these last two situations where he used it, people know it's SA, so they're not going to try to punish it. Once people are aware, because it's a very telegraphed ability. Once people are aware that, hey, I can get behind that, and they're locked in it, then people will actively go for it. So I think we count both of those as like instances where he shouldn't have thrown it anymore. Actually, maybe the first one we can keep because there was only one dude there and he was CC'd. So I think in that situation was fine. But that previous one, probably not worth the risk. Here, I'm going to speed this up too so this doesn't take so long. Okay, he's E-buffed. So, this is a situation where it would feel buffed. He has the super armor while using it. Not that he took a lot of forward guard damage there, but if there was like a ball there throwing it. Yeah. I think one thing that's important to note here too, on the reverse side, right? So once people are aware that that's forward guard, they will actively try to punish it more. But I think also Suck Sages will adapt now, and they will right now. There's no real point to blanket it behind your Rift Chain super armor because it is a super armor, right? Where they might start doing that more often. I mean, you're gonna have to if you want to use it, really, right? He's got his SA Rift. It's gone. Definitely a situation there where probably shouldn't have used it if it was forward guard. Because these block jump classes, man. These classes that like immediately get behind your forward guards, as soon as they know that when that thing is ripping, just press that fucking button, they do it like crazy. So that was definitely another situation where after these changes, probably shouldn't do it. Yeah. He would have been CC'd there. There was a ton of people there. Oh my god, look at that fire! Fucking Jester. Probably gonna use it here in a second. Maybe not. Okay. Checking his knowledge while he's fucking PvPing. Damn, he fucking yaps about that fight for a while. It's gonna be like... I mean, we do have it on double speed. A little low on the stam. They'll remove animation lock from that stationary forward guard? Yeah. Maybe later in the future. I don't know if they'll do that right away. I think they should. I think it would make more sense. But that's the biggest issue with it being a forward guard, is you're locked in it so long that it's just going to be a death sentence if they don't do that. It's a very obvious ability, right? It's like Lightning Prison. Imagine if you were locked in Lightning Prison in large scale. You would never use it. It's so obvious and so easy to punish once... It's impossible to miss when your opponent's doing it. He's not really using it a whole lot. Here we go. Oh, fuck. Went so fast there. his SA buff is just wearing off. He just casted it. Oh wait. Here it comes. Right here. Yeah, no SA buff. He's got people behind him. You'll get fucked there using it. Couldn't tell if he used it there, but he got grabbed anyway, so it wouldn't matter if it was Ford Guard or SA. That time, he would have been fine. His back is against the wall. There's nobody behind him. He wouldn't. He would have took a little less chip there. That was a situation where you could use it. Still, obviously, a bit risky. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable there too. That one's a little bit iffier because his back was more along, like parallel with the bridge as opposed to towards the back. Maybe we won't count that one as a 4. That's kind of that's a very iffy one. God damn.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't
Watch them end up speeding it up too. I doubt they'll do any compensation. Yo, Busaka, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Sendalo. Okay, he's fast forwarding a bit. He's getting real hungry looking up there. Yeah, I was going to say, I saw that. Probably going to use it here in a second. Yeah. And he would have been fine. This would be a buff for sure. He's got his SA up. Having that forward guard to stop these guys from chipping at him. Not that they got much chip on him, but if they were. Oh. He's low on health there. I didn't see. Was he E-buff there? I'm trying to think if that was a situation where he could have used it. But no, he's not E-buffed. That's the thing is, while you're E-buffed, there's going to be some situations now where you can use it. Where, like, if you're low health and you're like, fuck, I'm about to die, I can't use dimensional compression because I'll definitely die being locked in that super armor. I mean, I guess he does have it a little bit here. Yeah, there might be situations where you pop E-buff and now you can let that shit rip even if you're at like 20% health because, you know, it's better than hitting your forward guard instead of something else. Yeah. I want to see where he starts popping off. I know he starts popping off think a little bit after this. Situation like this, you could throw dimensional compression right into the gate. He can't right now because they're trying to damage the gate and he'll instantly die, but not that dimensional compression would do much, but if he like angled himself at like a 45-degree angle with the gate, he could get the far corners of it to hit the gate while being kind of out of line of sight of like the rangers and stuff that are hanging out in the back, and just hit the people who for some reason are getting right close to the gate, like that guy who just died. You saw me right there using a dimensional compression right at the gate. And I'm full fucking glass. Okay. He's gonna be doomed here. This is a position where he's fine using it. It'd definitely feel buffed with the forward guard. He's in a little cubby. It's a struggle for people to get there behind him. Even if they do, they die so quickly, right? Because you have all these people that are on the other side of the gate blasting. Let's see. Holy, the feed there. And he's E-buffed, so that would have been a buff, right? All that chip he took there, a lot of that he wouldn't have took. He comes out. He has all these people. He's taking damage mostly from people on the bridge. It's not like these people down the stairs are throwing damage into his back. Like, most of that damage he just took there was from the front. It would have been buffed in this situation. Probably going to die the next time he uses it. Oh no, he V'd standing. Yeah, there you go. It's hard to tell what killed him there. I think somebody came that was kind of behind there. He catches that guy, but there's this guy right here. It's hard to tell what killed him there. Does it say who killed him? We see Latency, we seen Divine Punisher. Single there. Yeah, I'm pretty confident he died from the damage in the front there, not from the back, but he was pretty low. I think I'm not going to mark that as a buffed one. That one's kind of hard to tell. I think that one could have went either way. I can't see where the person that killed him was shooting from. I think that was fine. There was nothing really going on there. The fuck's he getting CC'd by? Could have swore he was in super armor there. Getting hit by a cannon or something? Ronan the First. Yeah. That definitely would have been favorable, but either would have been fine in that situation. I'm trying specifically to look for situations where he would have survived if it had forward guard, or situations where he would have died if it had forward guard. I think that one, super armor or forward guard, he would have been fine. He gets CC'd by so much random shit. What the hell? Imagine if Suck Sage could drop abilities off walls. Holy shit. That'd be crazy. Oh my god, again. So far, it is seeming about 50-50, yeah. That one was kind of neither here nor there. Like, that's a safe situation for forward guard or super armor, so we don't count it towards either. In fact, the very first situation, too, would have been fine super armor or forward guard, and I knocked that as favorable. So, I'll actually knock that one off, too, if I want to be consistent. Probably going to use it again here soon. Yeah, right there. This is definitely a situation where it's buffed. He's got his back to a wall. There's nothing but air behind him. But that is another one of those situations, though, that's hard to say, right? Because once people adapt, and they know that that's a forward guard, you got these hashes, you got these Megus, you got Dosas, you got all these classes, Wegus, that are really good at punishing forward guards that'll start looking for that shit. So, some of these situations where, yeah, it's fine now because people know it's SA, these other classes are going to be looking for that shit. Especially in a situation like this bridge push, right? Because on this bridge push, it's typically all the range classes doing shit. All the melee classes are just sitting back here hoping they can get a kill. They're looking for something to do. And some people get impatient, they go in and just get themselves killed. But now they will know, hey, there's a suck sage. If I see him hit shift Q, I got something to do, right? Like this hash right here. He's looking, hey, wait a minute, is that you, Ryu? Right? He's going to be looking for something to do, and he sees a sage there. He's going to say, okay, ready that block jump. Man, he gets CC'd by so much random shit. Holy. He's already been CC'd more than I have the whole fight. I mean, there's always a chance. Is it likely? Probably not. Okay, he's gonna probably... No, maybe not. He had his absorb there. It's almost over. We got like another 7 minutes of watching at this speed. Okay, one sec, I gotta rewind it. I was looking at my chat. I think he used it there. No, maybe not. There we go. And that was a perfectly good situation to use it. I think either way, though, right? Super armor or forward guard. So we don't count that towards either. Yeah, maybe it is 50-50. Oh, I shouldn't fast forward because he's fast forwarding. Might end up skipping something. Yeah. See, that's a situation where it's going to be like him using that right there was super sketchy. They're trying to push in through the gate. He's low health. With him using that as a super armor, all it would have taken for a couple bigger damage classes to come and kill him in a super armor there. Where with a forward guard, that's a much more reasonable situation to be using it in. But I think it's equally risky either way. I mean, you could say that. That's not necessarily true, though. It's primarily the block jump classes that are going to punish it really fast. Suck Sage also casts it faster than Awakened Sage because of their stacking overdrive buff. It's definitely a buff for Suck Sage while you're E-buffed, for sure. Right now, it's a liability. You could pop your E-buff and use that in a big fight, and you end up just dying in your super armor. Where now when you're E-buffed, it's a lot more plausible to use it. Now you got that extra buffer. It's not just your health pool they have to chew through, it's your forward guard. And one full Rift Chain recovers like half your forward guard. Like that time, he wouldn't have taken as much chip there while he did it. That definitely would have been beneficial. Wouldn't have resulted in kills either way, but he would have been at more health right now. Did he go into that E-buffed? I feel like he might have. He did too. See, in a situation like this, he's E-buffed with a forward guard. He can't use dimensional compression right here because of exactly what we just saw happen. He will instantly die. But while he's E-buffed, he can, after these changes, use a dimensional compression in this situation and survive a bit longer. I mean, there's still a fuckload of people, but he's still, and he probably still would have died, but he would have got more damage off. That's definitely a situation where it would have been beneficial for it to be a forward guard. That he would have been, sure, he didn't use it, but he didn't use it because he couldn't use it. With the forward guard, he would be able to use it in that situation because he's E-buffed. That would have been fine either way. Forward guard, super armor. Forward guards aren't inherently a nerf. Depending on the situations, they're buffs or nerfs. I feel like when trying to pressure this doorway, having it a forward guard allows him to, will allow him to sit near that doorway a little bit more comfortably. Because yeah, that would have been fine either way there, forward guard or super armor. Man, he gets CC'd by so much random shit. No. That's another situation where he might have been able to let a... I mean, that one is really iffy either way, because I think if it had a forward guard, he could have potentially used it in there. But he knew that with it being super armor, you'd get it instantly die, which he ended up instantly dying anyways. He didn't even end up using it. But it's an option now where you get yourself in a corner that's crowded like that. Like right there. He's E-buffed. Like this, well, he used it at the end there. But this is definitely a situation where it would be buffed, right? And this is the majority of the times that he's using dimensional compression. Outside of when he's E-buffed, he doesn't use dimensional compression a whole lot. He primarily uses it in situations where he knows he's perfectly fine. But most of the time when he uses it, it's when he's E-buffed, and that's when it's definitely going to feel like a buff. Like, I feel like that's another situation there where having a forward guard on that would have been more useful. Because he was going to die anyways. He was committed to dying. He was just trying to get a couple more kills. And he ended up dying because his health pool ran out. One second, let's back that up. Was he E-buff there? Because that would have been a time. Yeah. That definitely, he would have definitely got screwed there, throwing that one out. There's people all over. There was literally a shy bongoing him in the back right there. Yeah. There's lots of people shooting from the rooftops at this point. That would have been an unsafe one. His back was too. A bunch of shit there. That doesn't mean he necessarily was somebody who would have CC'd him, but the risk would have greatly outweighed the reward there in that situation. Yeah. I think it's fair to say it's 50-50. There's going to be definitely a bunch of situations where you can't use it anymore outside of E-buff, but every single time, which is the majority of the time you use it during E-buff, yeah, that's just an outright buff. But yeah, I can't see yourself ever using your iframe SA. I can't see yourself ever using your iframe SA, your rift chain SA, for dimensional compression. You would use that for so many other things instead. I think it's fair to just say it's going to be 50-50. It's going to be primarily committed to E-buffs and very, very rare situations outside of E-buff. What's up, Ronnie? If they were trying to nerf Suck Sage, I don't think that's big of a nerf. I think while you're E-buffed, I think of the two situations, right? Of the times now you can't use... There are times now because dimensional compression is super armor, and Suck Sage doesn't have a lot of ways to get its health back. You have to be very conservative with how you use it. Oh, fuck. Did somebody take my spot while I went AFK for fuck's sakes? I guess I was gone for 20 minutes. There are new situations now where you can use it, and there's some situations now where you can't. I think it becomes significantly more usable in your e-buff now, but noticeably unusable outside of your e-buff. Oh, it's definitely, it's a useless ability for Awakened Sage now. You might as well lock it. If if they don't let you cancel out of it, there's no reason to ever use it as an Awakening Sage. I mean, it wasn't a very usable ability for Awakened Sage anyways, to be completely honest. Most of the time, you would be better off S-blocking or something. Ask Calb how much he uses Dimensional Compression. He'll tell you. Like I said, I'm more annoyed with this change because I don't think it is just a flat nerf to Suck Sage. I think it just changes the way it's being used. So if they were trying to nerf Suck Sage, I think this is a big failure in that department. And I think this is even more of a failure because Dimensional Compression was a very situational ability for Awakening Sage. And now it's just an ability you don't use anymore. So they've effectively made it useless for one spec and didn't accomplish what they were trying to accomplish with the other spec, which makes it, in my opinion, a bad change. But like I said, it's extremely situational for Awakening Sage, and it's something we can definitely live without of. But why make an ability useless for a kit that's already just kind of meh, right? Dimensional Compression is very meh for Awakening Sage. There's very rare situations that you just use it for a little bit of protection, and that's it. And you can be punished. It's like Dimensional Compression is one of those few abilities that an Awakening Sage does that you can actually trade or grab. And now you'll just have less of those opportunities because Awakened Sages will just stop using the ability completely. Like, I just won't use that shit anymore. Honestly, it was a lot of the situations I used it in was a bad habit. So it's gonna force me to stop doing that bad habit by just locking it and doing something else. But I do like them giving more forward guards, right? This is the thing, right? Everybody says, yeah, we want more forward guards. We want people to be catchable in the game. But when it comes time to their class getting a forward guard, they're like, huh? I meant everybody else, not my class. When you call Calb, why? What do you call him? Calby? I mean, that's his name. It'll be fun trying to get shy buffs, yeah. Our shies are pretty good. They're buffing like crazy. They ping right before they buff. You just jump in there, hold S, or you could do a Rift Storm. It means dog in Arabic? Does it? That's kind of funny, because doesn't Cho mean dog in, like, Chinese or something, or in Korean? Yeah, it's funny too because the majority of Suck Sage's power is when he's in E buff. And they effectively made his ebuff stronger with that change. They made him weaker when he's weaker, and stronger when he's stronger. And if you're trying to nerf a class, I don't understand why you would... It just doesn't seem like a good change. It's not effectively accomplishing what they seem to be aiming for. Yeah. I don't know if you heard me earlier, Moxito, but I was just saying the exact same thing. Is they just keep... At this point, I just want to go back to the pre-buff state. I can't remember when that patch was. I could probably go look it up. I want to go to that patch before that. Before they buffed Spear Bolt, before they buffed Aftershock, before they buffed Judgment, before they gave us the knockback on Impaling Flash. Bring us back to the patch before that. At this point, I would rather be that. But instead, they just keep... Instead of nerfing the things that created the problem, we just keep catching nerfs on other things. And they keep missing the problem. And eventually, they're going to hit the problem. And now we're going to have to deal with the right thing being nerfed on top of all the wrong things being nerfed. And it's just going to make the class, yeah, really unfun to play. And I'm worried that's the road we're going down. They're eventually going to hit it. They're eventually going to figure out what is actually the problem with Awakened Sage. And it's just going to be cooked for us. At this point, just bring us back. Bring us back to... I think it was just before Pig Cave came out, or around the time Pig Cave came out. Because I remember I was grinding Pig Cave at the time. Yeah. I think it was a little bit more than a year ago, but shit, I mean, all the years kind of blend together at this point. Pig Cave is February 25. Yeah, so just over a year ago then. Almost exactly a year ago, actually. I wonder if it was March. I want to actually take a look now. Updates. Da-da-da-da. See, we're at April, March. I'm going to check the end of February. February 28th of last year. Let's see, we'll start there, or I guess the 27th. No. February 20th. Oh, okay. March 6th. I mean, if I was grinding, I should actually go in the other direction. What am I doing? Okay, that's when Solaire started, or got announced. I feel like it might have been earlier than that then. So I remember there was a whole Guild League season with these buffs. That people were still sleeping on Awakened Sage. And it's... Oh wait, maybe this is it. No, never mind. Here we go. The patch was March 20th. So almost exactly a year ago. Yeah, but that doesn't mean Awakened Sage doesn't need nerfs with how it is. One of the main reasons why there was so many Fodom Sages is because of the Awakening Sage. They brought it back to having to require like stamina management again, and Fodom players, most Fodom players, like 99% of them, hate managing a secondary resource. As soon as you bring a secondary resource into it, yeah, it's over. They just refuse to play it. And when Awakened Sage was initially busted, it had unlimited stamina, right? You could spam Spear Bolts, Aftershock, Judgment, Divine Executioner, and a Rift Chain, and basically just rotate those indefinitely and never have any stamina problems. And that made it very, very appealing for Fodom players. Now, Awakening Sage is still overtuned in my opinion, but it requires stamina management, and yeah, the Fodom players are like, fuck that, I'm out of here. They'll go play a class that doesn't require stamina management. Yeah, almost exactly a year ago. In 2 weeks, it'll be a year since we got that patch. People want to win without putting in the work, right? Yeah, that's exactly why they're Fodom players, right? That's the whole reason why they don't commit to a class to try to get really good at it. They just try to find something that'll carry their ass. Or some people are exceptional players. That's obviously not all of them. There are some people who are exceptional players that want to be playing exceptional classes and just go crazy. Because obviously it's always fun when you're doing really well. Yeah, I want to go back to the old Sage. Maybe let us keep the Lightning Surge change. I like that. Get rid of the knockback on Impaling. Take away the damage on Judgment and Aftershock and Spear Bolt. Let us keep some of the stamina that they nerfed after nerfing those abilities. Because the stamina, I don't think it should go back to us having unlimited stamina. But we're actually worse stamina than we were before this patch. Before the March 20th patch of last year. But I like the Lightning Surge change. I feel like it made it significantly more useful. I didn't like them adding the knockback on Impaling. I've always said any class that can just get behind your forward guard in one ability and CC you, that shit's nonsense. It's crazy because when they first suggested that they were going to put a forward guard on a Taurus Spear, I was even against that. I was like, damn, that's going to make a Taurus Spear pretty damn good, pretty useful. And then they ended up giving us Impaling Flash instead, which is fucking so much stronger. Especially when we still had click to move. Impaling Flash was bonkers. $12 raw fails. Does that mean you're up or down money? I feel like 12. How much are Tets? Yeah. Yeah, Shadow Leap, right? Exactly. No stam cost, but no CC on it. And that's how it was before. It was a mana cost. That was one of the things they did, is they converted it to a stam cost. Yo, Immune, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Well, we got Shock Relay. We have Enlightening Bolt. We have Grab. I think Awakening Sage. Like, even before these changes, we had plenty of ways to catch people. Impaling Flash was just too much on top. It's kind of crazy when you look at how many native protected CCs we have compared to Seraph. It's not even close. They have so many protected CCs. But, and I think this is important to state, Seraph isn't killing you standing the way Sage is. So, you know, that definitely needs to come. I don't mind with... I should have paused there. I don't mind classes having strengths. There just needs to feel like there's a trade-off, right? I think that's the biggest thing. If a class is strong in one way, then okay, so where's the weakness to balance it out? Because you need classes to have strengths in order to for them to feel unique. For them to have an identity. Like, there's still so many people who are like, Sork should lose all their iframes. It's like, okay, but then what? Then what's Sork? I'm fine with Sorks having as many iframes as they do. I think they should require a little bit more, you know, stamina management there. I think them iframing forever like idiots in a ball of people because they have shards to fall back on is kind of goofy, but I'm not going to propose that I know exactly how that should be addressed. Sage is pretty good at punishing forward guards too, though. And definitely super armors, because we could just trade people down. You sit in a super armor too long. If I see a Suck Sage throwing a SA dimensional compression in front of me, I'm licking my lips, just throwing a couple spear bolts over him. Fun fact, 2 Aftershocks does 50% more damage than a full Lightning Prison. If someone's just standing still in a super armor, 2 Aftershocks does 50% more damage than a full Lightning Prison. Make that make sense. And even then some on top of it too, because if somebody's sitting there in an SA, one of my Aftershocks is very likely going to hit them in the back. Where if I see somebody like a Suck Sage, for example, throwing a dimensional compression, I have to immediately let that Lightning Storm rip, and it's probably going to be in their face, not on their back. So not only does it do 50% more damage, but you're also going to get one of those hits on their back. Do you think PA will nerf Awakened Sage? I mean, we just took another nerf. They nerfed us 2 weeks in a row, or was that last week? Maybe it was the week before. The last 3 or 4 times we were mentioned in patch notes, we were nerfed each time. So and yes, they will continue to nerf him until they figure out what they actually need to nerf, because they're clearly incapable of figuring that out. And they're going to keep nerfing the wrong things until they hit the right thing. And then when they hit the right thing, we're going to feel like complete shit. Because now not only do we have the right thing nerfed that they should have done from the beginning, but on top of that, we're going to have all the wrong things nerfed on top. It's not like once they find the right thing, they're going to go back and fix all the wrong things that they nerfed. Oh, I don't think Suck Sage catches 2 strays. I think Suck Sage definitely needs to be nerfed too. Suck Sage is like the 3rd best large-scale class. But once again, they just nerfed it in the wrong way. I don't know what would be the right way to nerf Suck Sage. But I don't think what they did to Dimensional Compression was the right way to do it. It's a nerf in some situations. I think it's a buff in more situations. And I think it's, like, if you look at just what we did, right? We just went through Divios' VOD and looked at all the situations he used it. How many times was it a nerf? Would it have been a nerf? How many times would it have been a buff? And it looked like it was about a 50-50 split. But one thing that's difficult to account for is there's a lot of situations in there that I pointed out that he couldn't use Dimensional Compression because it was SA, but with it becoming a forward guard and him being E-buffed in that situation, he could use it because he wouldn't just instantly die standing. That forward guard in that situation would give him a little bit more of a buffer. Well, you can still have identity without... Don't conflate overperforming with identity. That's a kind of goofy take to say, oh, well, our identity is overperforming. No, your identity should be interesting mechanics, interesting playstyles that differ from other classes, not just overperforming. Suck Sage is just behind Ranger and Archer in terms of large-scale performance. Yes, it definitely... DK's identity is racism. I thought it was gooning. What the hell? It's already a punch down class, yeah. And like I said, we went through Divios' VOD, and like, yeah, there was a lot of situations where he let it rip outside of E-buff, but in almost all of those situations, like 80% of them, it's because there was like one random down target in the back, and he's like, I'll let this shit rip. Save my cooldowns for when I push right after this guy gets dealt with. See if I can quickly get a kill. Most of the time, though, when he uses it, it's when he's E-buffed, and obviously he doesn't need to use it for the SA when he's E-buff SA'd. But with it being a forward guard, it becomes a lot more viable in that situation when he's E-buffed. And yeah, when he's E-buffed, the first 15 seconds of it, he's going to be forward guard SA now instead of just SA. There was a bunch of situations there when I just went through his VOD where I was like, shit, he couldn't use dimensional compression there because it was super armor. But with the change, he now will be able to use it in that situation. Probably still would have died in those situations, but he might have actually... He definitely would have got more damage off, which obviously increases the probability of more kills. Am I playing PoE 1 today? No. They need to adjust the E-buff uptime. Yeah. And that's the thing, is that's when Sycraia goes crazy with its fragging. It does alright outside of E-buff, but it goes crazy when E-buff. That's when Sycraia get most of their kills. And this is a buff for their E-buff. Now, is it, when I say it's a buff for their E-buff, it's not like all of a sudden they're going to be getting 10, 20 more kills. It's really inconsequential. I'm just more amazed that it's not accomplishing what they seem to want to be accomplishing, and has just made it an ability that Awakening Sage now just locks. A very situational, practically worthless ability for Awakened Sage now just gets locked. And if you're just making abilities completely useless, I think those are bad changes. I think it's good for abilities to be situational, but in the case of Awakened Sage, yeah, I just never use it now. Which means people are going to catch me less, because honestly, me using it was a bad habit. Just a cool ability that's fun to use, but now I never get to use it. You do not get the SADR. Actually, did they change that? I don't think you do. I think that's the thing about Sycraia, is when it's getting any of those blanket SAs, but not native SAs, then it doesn't get the damage reduction. Yeah, because it's not a normal SA, right? It's just a buff on your bar. If they wanted it to function the same way, they would actually have to put it on the SA buff. Well, that's how it is now, right, Mux? Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Without it being a native SA, it will take a little bit more damage on your back. But with you knowingly having it as a forward guard, and even now, even with it being an SA, you're still putting your back to a wall, right? If you're letting people blast into your back, you're not positioning properly. Or the situation changed quicker than you could adapt. You'll definitely, with knowing it's a forward guard, you'll definitely be a lot more meticulous about, or meticulate about it being, making sure you're positioning yourself properly. Where right now, like, you will let that shit rip a little more willy-nilly. Are we popping off with Debo rings? I feel like I got a few. I did. Wait, we just got a bundle of 1,000 crons? What? You can get that from those things on the ground, those gift boxes? Oh my god. That's my first one. I don't know. Sucksage is in chat. Whether you agree or disagree, I know there's obviously, when it comes to nerfs for a class, there's always going to be people who think that their class is perfect and should never be nerfed no matter how strong it is. But that bias aside, if you were to say for a second, pretend like you agree that Sucksage needs some large-scale nerfs, how would you go about it? What do you think is something that would be effective, but not either make an ability useless or obviously brick the class? Because I think if you make an ability useless, then that was a bad change. You shouldn't be making abilities useless. If the end result of a change is an ability gets locked, that means it was a bad change. Make shy buffs only apply. You know what? That is one of the reasons why Sucksage goes so crazy in large scale, is because of its synergy with shies. What if instead, and I'm just spitballing here, you guys might love it or hate it, there's obviously an inconsistency with the effectiveness of shy buffs across various classes. Because Sucksage gets a multi-second super armor, and its E-buff is a super armor, that having more speed means you can get more abilities under that blanket super armor. And that's what makes shy buff so cracked, is it allows you to squeeze a couple more abilities in that blanket super armor. What if they changed Rift Chain? Instead of it giving you like a 2-second super armor, what if it gave you 2 abilities worth of super armor? What do you guys think? So this way it didn't scale so crazily with shies. You just got, you know, like 2 abilities that you could do that would now have super armor. Makes shy attack speed buff not stack with Sucksage passive. That would work. Because then you would address that issue. Because yeah, Sucksage without shy buffs is a night and day difference. And you're obviously always gonna, unless your fucking shies are ass, you're always gonna have shy buffs in Nodeborn and Siege. And that's where Sucksage does exceptionally well. I think that might actually be the best suggestion. You gonna go outside again? You were just outside like fucking 30 minutes ago. I like that change specifically to Moxito because it doesn't hurt Sage in areas where it's already struggling. Sucksage where it's already struggling. Right? That obviously doesn't affect it in AOS. Well, I mean, unless they have a Shy on their team, but no Shies play AOS. Doesn't affect it in 1v1. I actually like that. They just don't get to rank up. Yeah, true. What if they give Sucksage like a Suck Whiz passive that reduces skill to cooldowns, but remove the active reset skill? Well, they kind of already have that, but they actively remove their reset cooldown, which then resets everything. I feel like that could become, that would, I mean, it would depend on how they implemented that. That could either be a huge buff or a huge nerf. Can you zoom in on the outfit? Yeah, sure, just one sec. Can't believe I got 1,000 crowns. That's fucking sick. That's 3 bill. It looks extra wet down here because I'm underwater. Fucking fish, get out of here. Trying to show off my wet drip. Looks a little bit better when it's not soaking wet. A little extra moist, that's right. Yeah, it's a really cool looking outfit. I'm actually not crazy about the helmet though. I wish we could turn off the helmet, but there's a 0% chance of them doing that because they still haven't done that with the other outfit that makes your character disappear underneath the hatchet job outfit. Yoink. Take my 1,000 crowns. Fuck me, I didn't pull anything out for dinner. What am I gonna make for dinner tonight? All my stuff is frozen. Maybe tonight's a Subway night. I actually haven't had a sub in a while. Fish and chips. That's what I was thinking about making last night. I have some cod in my freezer, but I forgot to pull it out, and I don't feel like trying to rush to thaw it right now. Maybe I'll make that tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's a good change, Moxito. I like that. I think that is one of the smartest ways to do it. It specifically targets large scale. That's the biggest thing is, like, Suck Sage doesn't really feel great much other spots. Much other situations. So it's really hard to nerf it in a way that that's not also going to negatively affect situations where it's already underperforming, right? Well, damage while E-buffed is when it goes crazy, but also does pretty good damage without it. I think it's primarily, like, if you take a Shy to large scale and go without Shy buffs, it feels very, like, it still feels good, but it's not like it is with Shy buffs. It's definitely the way the class is designed when combined with Shy buffs. So I think what Moxito suggested is a good way to target that specifically. Make it so Overdrive doesn't stack with Shy buffs. And then, yeah, you could slightly buff Overdrive, which would help its PvE, which would help its 1v1, which would help it when it's not Shy buffed. But that would actually be a nerf for when it is Shy buffed. It would have a little bit less attack speed, right? I don't think the AP is much of an issue. That class drops big bombs, it should feel like big bombs. E-buffs should be dangerous. I don't think there's any ebuffs in the game that I have an issue that they're too strong. I think most of the issues I have with classes ebuffs is that there's a ton of ebuffs that feel completely worthless. I think people should feel threatened when they see somebody ebuffing, and if they choose to ignore it or challenge it, it's very risky, and they could get punished for doing it. I think having abilities like that in the game make the game more exciting. And there's too many ebuffs that are fucking useless. Right, you can have really broken ass shit that are situational, right? Like, making an ebuff really strong doesn't mean that all of a sudden someone's just gonna pop off every time they press ebuff. It's still gonna require positioning and knowledge, right? Like, take a look, the perfect example of this is Kythar. Take a look at when Suckzerker's 200% was broken. How many 200s did we see that man whiff into nothing? Or just instantly die because he threw it at the wrong time? Like, that shit was so crazy, the Suckzerker 200. But still required a brain to drop it in the right situation. I remember there was one time Kythar fucking dove in, dropped the 200, and I think he got 3 kills and 2 of them were allies. That was a net negative 200. That's another thing too, is like I didn't have an issue with Zerker's 200 being insane. I had more of an issue that there was almost no other 200s in the game that were insane. I think 200s should be crazy. Situations like that where somebody is just like they're in the right place at the right time and they have the game sense enough to know that, okay, this is it. And then they pop off and get fucking 10, 15 kills. I think that's sick. That makes for really interesting and fun clips. It's true though, right? Am I crazy for thinking that classes should be able to pop off with their 200? I feel like in general people agree with that. The hell? Hey, by the way, you guys should be thanking Awakened Sages for the last couple seasons of Solaire. Think about it. With every Sage playing Awakened instead of Suck, you don't have to worry about these Suck Sages trying to stall your matches to get their ebuffs back. And on top of that, the Awakened Sages are just ending the matches faster. So it's really a double benefit. You kind of owe us. I will not thank our oppressors. Damn. That gets offset by the Suck Ninjas? Yeah, but we have no responsibility over the Suck Ninjas. Right? If you have an Awakened Sage in the game, on your team and on the other team, there's a 0% chance you can get a Suck Sage, right? Since you're only allowed one class per team. No, it was a year ago. We actually just went over it. It was March 20th of 2025 was when they did the patch that made Awakened Sage busted. I actually would prefer if they brought Awakened Sage back to just before that patch and just Undo everything they did that led up that was after that patch and that patch itself. Bring us back to Sage, Awaken Sage before then. I would prefer that at this point. Yo, I just had the idea. What do you guys think of that? What if you could use your Agorist to refill your Marnie realm? So if you're on during prime time and you didn't want to go channel hopping to try to find a channel, you could just use 20k Agorist to get an extra hour. No, they should be doing Solaire soon. Solaire was supposed to be in February, so it's already delayed. Shit, I should probably go check my garbage cans. I had to put all garbage and recycling today, and they both should have been around by now. I should make sure my cans didn't get knocked onto the road. Sometimes that happens. We'll check actually after the next orb. I don't want to lose my thing. Yeah. Yeah, Sage was fine, right? I like Sage before the buffs. I think there was some quality of life things that I still would have liked. I think, like, you could have kept some of those changes and they would have been, like, nice quality of life changes, but nothing that put it over the top. Yeah. Yeah, you could, like, keep the PvE buffs. But, yeah, now it's... yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'd rather just go back to that Sage. Maybe let us keep the PvE buffs, but bring us back to that state PvP wise. Nobody was complaining about impaling Flash before it had the knockback, but now it had to catch extra nerfs. Because of the knockback, they had to nerf it in a completely different way. Same thing with Judgment, right? Same thing with... like, one of the main things people hate about Awakening Sage, fighting an Awakened Sage, is it's just zipping around over top of you, killing you standing. Back in the day, you weren't doing that. You were slowly chipping. You know, maybe you get a good upsurge on somebody and you do a little chunk. But it wasn't like these enormous chunks off you. Like a fucking shark is swimming by and biting off a leg and then an arm. And... Unprotected Chain Lightning. Yeah, that's a change that I really liked. I really liked... Chain Lightning was pretty... I don't know. I still used it because it had the pain damage when you stacked the bleed on it. It was a good way that, like, you could offset potion recovery, but yeah, it's definitely way better as a forward guard. If I could choose, I would undo all of those changes, but then keep the chain lightning change. Without the slow, of course. Don't bring the slow back to chain lightning because that was brain dead. Like that was one of the times, that was one of the nerfs on Awakened Sage that was smart. Chain lightning should have never got that slow. That was smart to take that off. I like lightning surge the way it is, so maybe keep that as well. Getting rid of the float on Void Gateway, I think was fine. Maybe give us, instead of the knockback on Impaling Flash, give us the forward guard on a Taurus Spear. And then, yeah, give us all the PvE damage increases, and I think voila. Sage would have been slightly stronger than it was before that patch, but not even remotely as broken as it was right after that patch. Yeah. I don't know about top 10, but definitely high enough that like the class was capable. It just required effort. That was the thing about Awakened Sage, is they took away the effort. Yeah. Calb, Curvy, and Kedge. Yeah. NA versus EU, who do you think are going to win it? Well, if we go based off of history, stats suggest NA will win, considering every single other battle that has ever existed, NA versus EU, we've won every single time. Yeah, Divios won't be allowed to play. if they want to be consistent with their operational policy, right? If you've been banned in the last, if you've been banned, you can't compete in any official tournaments for like 9 months or a year or something like that. So Divios is, unless they decide to bend the rules for Divios, which would be a very shitty precedent to set, you shouldn't be allowed to participate. Which means EU has a chance this time. What did you do? Contribution thing. I don't want to get into it because it's just going to devolve into a conversation of a bunch of people being like, oh, you shouldn't have got banned for that or whatever, and I'm not interested in having that conversation. As much as Divios is the homie, I prefer consistency in the operational policy. Otherwise, the policy doesn't mean shit if they bend the rules and play favorites, right? I don't want them playing favorites for me or anybody. I want shit to be consistent so we all know what the rules are. Is Armin the gear to sign up? Probably. I mean, I think Armin's not that badly geared anymore. You'll probably see a bunch of pretty solid NA teams. I want to see Biceptimus and Multi get that team together. It'd be kind of hilarious if Biceptimus, Multi, and they got like a third EU player to win for NA. So you had like an EU team, EU players versus EU players. That'd be kind of funny as hell. And then Pearl Abyss would have to spend even more money flying, you know, 6 people from across the ocean to LA. Moxito, you said something about Radiant. Can you repost that? I briefly saw it while I was responding to something else, and then I completely forgot. I think you said something about giving it SA and a knockback? I think that would be definitely much more balanced than Impaling Flash. But I feel like they would have to take a protection from somewhere else, right? Obviously, they wouldn't need to take a CC because they would take the Impaling Flash CC, and that would balance out. But they would probably try to justify it by taking away a protection somewhere. I don't know what I would take a protection from. I mean, I guess it would have kind of made sense if they did it at the same time as the dimensional change, because that could have been partial justification for it. I don't even think you would need to make it super armor. I think you could have just made it forward guard too. Radiant Annihilation is so fast that I think a forward guard would be sufficient. I think either way, though, it wouldn't really change much. The ability's so fast, it'd be hard to punish. You only ever accidentally punish it. Yeah, at this point, I'm just crossing my fingers and praying that they don't keep whittling away at everything else and then eventually hit the right thing and then fucking toast us. I wish they would have just hit the right thing. Wait, you're telling me a company that is in the business of making money and trying to feed the mouths of their employees is making changes based on monetary decisions? No fucking way. Thanks, Sherlock. Holy shit. God damn, you're a fucking smart one, huh? Why haven't we thought of that? Of course, anything a company does is going to be based on monetary incentives. Duh. The fuck? It's not a fucking charity. Can't wait for AI to decide personalized price. Oh shit. Yeah, based off your previous is this what you're getting at? Based off previous spending, it increases your prices? It's like, yeah, this person's a big spender, so we're gonna charge them 20% more. This person's a brokey, so we'll give them a discount. Because otherwise they just won't spend it all. The more you wail, the more you pay, yeah. Yeah, definitely, Vert. Come over to, what channel am I on? Sycraia 5. Although I probably didn't need to tell you, but... Actually, maybe you're already on Sycraia 5. Oh, I can't invite you right now because I'm in Marnie. You're gonna have to wait 5 minutes. Yeah, everything any company does is incentivized by money, right? You could break down anything any company does down to money. Even just trying to, like, they can make the best changes to the game ever, and it's still motivated by money, right? Them trying to make the game better, no matter how they try to do it, and how much you agree with it, how much it makes the game better. They're trying to make the game better to get more people playing it, which in turn makes them more money. Even charities are motivated by money. Believe it or not, so many of these charities, they're not working for free. They're just, all the employees, I mean, some volunteers are obviously working for free. But there's a lot of people who are working for charities that aren't working for free. They get paid a fucking salary or a wage. And then they make sure what's left goes to the charity. After they've all fucking whittled away at the pie. I wonder if Vert heard me. Maybe he's streaming and didn't hear me. Let me see if he's streaming. Oh, he is streaming, so he probably didn't hear me. I think it was S5, right? Yeah. Is Star's End harder than Sycraia? It is, yeah. Sycraia is actually really comfy. Really comfy. Has anybody tried to grind here without resist crystals now? Is it impossible now? Oh, shit. About 2 seconds. Damn, that long, huh? Good for him. Probably have to go to one of these side rotations after, though, for the last little bit. Oh, there's my thing. Back rotation is it now? I like back rotation, too. I should check it out. Oh, wait, I'm out. Huh? Bert, hello? Oh, he's in the center market. They removed the towers this patch, and now I love it. Oh, they moved, not removed. Duh, obviously they wouldn't remove them. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's ready already. Wait a minute. Look at all these rats. Look at all these roaches. Let's see what dirt. Let's see what Vert did with the outfit. Yo, where are you going? Yar for main, trust me, you don't want this smoke. You do not want this smoke. I am a 0-time Yar champion. Or a 0-time Yar runner-up champion. Or no, 2-time Yar runner-up champion. How many fucking times am I gonna fuck that up? Okay, I gotta go check my garbage cans before I forget. I don't want them in the street getting fucking hit by a vehicle or some shit, and then I gotta buy new garbage cans. Okay, I'm back. Your utility makes you buy new bins? No, they are actually... Normally you had to just provide your own bins, but they're rolling out a thing where they are going to be starting to provide us with bins, but my area of the city, that's not going to be until next year. Or I guess this year now. I think it's June we're scheduled to. So that's why it would be really annoying if that happened now, because I would have to buy new bins for just the next couple months. That'd be annoying as hell. The fuck did Divios type in his chat? Thank you. You can always throw your trash in your neighbor's bin. Yeah. Well, we're allowed 2 bins, and you know, sometimes when we had the issue with our basement here, we had extra garbage that week for obvious reasons, and our neighbor let us put out one of a bag with their cans. How's Awakened Ninja grinding, you guys? I know it's effort, but, like, is it okay? Super credible, B tier, okay. Yeah, but there's a lot of people who have that mentality that, like, if you have one spec that is 10% slower at grinding and 10% more effort, they will act like it's the worst grinder ever. Armin is certainly a very informed player, but I wouldn't call him a very objective player, if that makes any sense. Suxork is their most anticipated S-tier grinder? Really? Maybe I'm a Suxork. I'm leveling up a Sork right now. That's what I currently have tagged. See? You can tell it's a Sork. It's an iframe. And it's spooky. Maybe it's time to tag the weapons over and you guys take me to the Sork dojo. Actually, I don't know if I want to play Sork, I'll be honest. I'm fucking stupid like that. I prefer to grind on what I want to PvP on. And I don't mind if it's a shittier grinder. I just want something that I enjoy PvPing on. And I just don't know if I would enjoy Sork. You got one for me? Oh shit, here we go. Maybe I'm a ranger. Oh. I'd pay top dollar to see you roll our Ranger for a couple weeks. I don't think you guys want to see that. I'd blaze some trails that you guys didn't even know existed. The whole Ranger Discord would be yapping about me. I don't know if I want to do that to you guys, considering you're one of the oldest communities in this game. You guys don't deserve an earth-shattering experience like that. Yo, what's up, Betsu? I don't know, I could use the giggle. I love the fact that you use the word giggle instead of laugh. Fucking top tier word choice. Which class does deserve it? Sork. We hate Sorks. Oh no, does that mean what I think it means? I feel like we have an Ellie raid coming, and I'm about to end here in like 10 minutes. Actually, more like 25 minutes, but... Oui? You speak French now? Yeah, oui, oui. Oh, les poissons, les poissons. Yo, I had a feeling we had a snitch. We had someone come in here spamming your emotes before you even raided. I was like, wait a minute. I have a feeling I know what's happening. Yo, Ellie, I appreciate the raid very much. Thank you so much for that. It's a shame I'm actually ending in like 20, 25 minutes here. I gotta go pick up the kids, but... I appreciate it tremendously. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Who's the rat? Call them out. Hey, just because they're a snitch doesn't mean I'm gonna become a snitch too. I've had enough stitches in my life. I don't need more. Oh, did I have feedback about what? I have lots of feedback. I always have feedback. I'm not sure if Etsu asked the question. Maybe I should check his chat history. 1 second, let me take a little peek here. Morning King, I hope you're doing well. You're looking really handsome today. I miss seeing you and talking to you. I'm very happy to have come into your stream today. Damn, Etsu, you're really glazing me. Global Labs. Yeah. I'm worried for the state of Awakening Sage, Etsu. I feel like I would rather go back to the March 20th, before the March 20th buff. Right? The March 20th of 2025 was the week we got buffed, we got overtuned. And I would rather go back to the patch before that. I feel like Awakening Sage was more enjoyable then. Maybe let us keep the PvE side of things. But I would rather go back to that. Because what I worry is happening now is that patch that made Awakening Sage overtuned. You guys keep nerfing everything but what created the problem, and you're just like slowly whittling away at the rest of our kit. And I worry that we're going to continue down this road of you guys whittling away at the rest of our kit, and then one day you're eventually going to hit the right thing, and then we're going to have to deal with the right nerfs stacked onto all of the wrong nerfs, and it's going to make Awakening Sage feel really bad. The things that were the primary problem was, and you've already addressed one of them, but the patch that made Awakening Sage Giga busted was you overbuffed Spearbolt and Aftershock. You like increased its damage output by 81%, which should have been an enormous red flag, because like anytime you guys buff PvP damage, it's very rarely by like 20 or 30%, never mind 81%. So that should have been like a giant red flag that, hey, maybe we did a little too much with this. On top of that, and this is one thing that has already been addressed, is you gave us unlimited stamina. We don't have unlimited stamina anymore. In fact, our stamina is worse now than it was before those buffs. We just have more offensive pressure, standing pressure right now. Because of those previously mentioned damage changes. On top of that, the knockback on Impaling Flash was terrible. I've always been a huge advocate against abilities that will just move you behind people and CC, and then you gave us one of those. That was a bad change for Awakening Sage, obviously contributed to us being way too strong. So I think giving us way too much damage while moving and that Impaling Flash were the things that should have been nerfed. But instead, you guys have been nerfing just a ton of other things, giving us our Inhaler back. It's actually worse than it was before those changes. And you're whittling away at abilities like Lightning Prison. I wasn't crazy about it becoming a forward guard, but I am crazy about everybody getting some more forward guards. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to be one of those people that's like, oh, forward guards, yes, but not for me, right? Because there's so many people who are like that. I think everybody could use some more forward guards. Obviously not Suck Striker. They already have too many forward guards. Anyways, I would have preferred the damage, and this is the thing that drives people crazy when fighting Awakening Sage, is when it's doing nothing but permanent movement and killing you with those movement abilities, it makes it feel very annoying to fight. So what I would have done is, I would, instead of buffing, when you guys did that original patch, you know what, I'm going to pull it up right now. I got a little bit of time. I'm going to pretend like we're back in March 20th of 2010. Or 2010. 2025. Holy fuck. We just fast forwarded 20,000 years, chat. Okay, let me pull up those notes. So this was the patch that made us busted. This was the exact patch where Awakened Sage became nuts. All right, so we go down to Sage. This change was good. But when they took away this forward guard, or sorry, when they took away this float, this is how they justified giving us this knockback on Impaling Flash. This should have never arrived. This was good. This was good. This was good. This was good. Good. Bad. Right here. Bad. Giving us a knockback like that? Bad. And you got to remember, right? A lot of people don't realize that they reduce the stamina cost on Judgment here. They reduce the stamina cost on Bolt here. So it's like, oh, okay, Sage has more stamina. But then they added more stamina cost here, which made more sense. But later now, after this patch, like these were meant to offset each other. But because of the way they were implemented in the later patches, you guys have now just made us worse. I'd have to go through and find the exact patches. There's been actually like 4 times we've been mentioned and slowly nerfed. But the knockback on Impaling was bad. We should have got a CC on something else, not Impaling Flash. And then these damage buffs. Look at the damage difference here. Where is it? We went from 77.2% reduction to 60% reduction. That doesn't seem like much, right? You're like, oh, it's 17.2%. But that's 17.2% more on top of 23%. Because what this means, this is now inverted compared to what it is now. But that means the ability did 22.8% of its damage in PvP, and it went from 22.8 to 40%. That's an 80% damage increase. And that applied to Aftershock as well. This made our standing damage way too crazy. And this damage shouldn't have went to a fully protected movement ability, because that's just unfun to fight against. You should have, instead of buffing the damage on this, buffed like, I guess it's not here, but you know what I could do? I could actually move this over. The thing is, Spearbolt is a completely unpunishable ability, right? It's just full movement. Unless... Here, let me pull it up. You shouldn't have nerfed the damage of that, or buffed the damage of that. Instead, you should have buffed the damage of abilities that are useless in our kit right now, like Interrogate. This is an ability that we're locked in. Not this ability, but this next one. That. It's a slow animation that does almost no damage. It's punishable. We're locked into it. You can get behind the forward guard. And then Riftstorm. This used to be our bread and butter, but it has been ignored for so long. It does laughably shitty damage. And like instead of the damage being buffed on Spearbolt and Aftershock, these are abilities that you're just flying around, warping around while doing damage to people. If somebody's in an SA, two Aftershocks do more damage than a full Lightning Prison. But this is fully protected movement, and this you have to stand there. Plus, on top of that, one of those Aftershocks is very likely going to be a back attack on top of that, because of how much you buffed the damage of these two abilities. Where if you would have gave damage to Interrogate and Riftstorm instead, these are punishable abilities that can be traded. You can't trade these abilities because the Sage is constantly moving. Riftstorm, the Sage is standing there with his hand in the air, and this can be... Oh, you can't see because of the browser, but you hear me? Oh, okay. This ability right here can be punished because you can trade into it because they're just standing there, right? You're standing there like this, or you can grab it. This ability, you can punish it because the Sage, not this part, it does the Lightning Prison first. But this part, you're locked into it and it's a forward guard. You can get behind it. If instead of giving damage to these abilities, you gave it to these abilities, you would have made Sage slightly stronger than it was, but not completely annoying to fight against. I think the combination of the damage on this with the knockback on this is what primarily created the problem with Awakening Sage being too strong. But now you guys have been chipping away at like everything else in our kit instead of targeting the actual problem. I'm becoming afraid that you guys are going to eventually identify the problem and you're going to nerf it, but now we're going to have to deal with the right things being nerfed stacked with the wrong things being nerfed. And it's going to make us really unfun to play. This isn't in general about Global Lab. The reason why this conversation is happening today is because of Global Lab. Dimensional compression just got nerfed on Awakening Sage. And it's now just an ability that, I mean, Awakening Sages really shouldn't have been using it a whole lot to begin with. It was kind of a bad habit. There's almost always a better option, but it's an ability that feels cool to do. This is now going to be something you just unlearn. And I think whenever you guys do a change that just makes a class lock an ability, I think it's a bad change. It's just a bad change. Suck Sages only really used this ability while they were E-buffed. They sometimes used it outside of that, like occasionally for stamina. But it's going to be stronger when E-buffed now, and basically useless everywhere else. So, you know, not really a great change. As for the other stuff on Global Lab, I can't speak to the other classes. I know there's some mixed feelings about the Drac changes. Let me pull them up here. Yeah. Drax lost a bunch of catches, but they gained more protected movement. But one of their main movement abilities can't be camera turn, so they're going to be like a bull. And as long as you're like a matador and you move laterally, they're just going to fly past you. At least that's what it looks like at face value. And it looks like any of the damage buffs they got too, looks like it was to fully unprotected abilities, so it's not really going to be helping them a whole lot, unless it's like 1v1 exclusively. I mean, I don't think anybody should be able to infinite reset unless everybody can. Okay, yeah, as for all of the class changes, I mean, I can't really speak a whole lot to that. I am excited about the Rose changes. It'll be interesting to see how that affects the War of the Roses fights. I think we can all agree War of the Roses is pretty resident sleeper right now. Will it be better? I think so. Will it be ideal? Probably not. I mean, I think everybody's idea of ideal is different, right? But I think it'll be better. Some UI changes. Otherwise, not really a ton of changes on global that are really notable. I do like that you guys have been doing like regular PvP changes though, and class changes. I think I speak for everybody when we all say we want to see regular class changes happening all of the time. You know, sometimes you guys are going to get it right. Sometimes you guys are going to get it wrong. And I think getting it right is going to happen more through practice. I think part of the reason why it feels like, or at least the community feels like a lot of the time you guys do the wrong changes, I think is because you guys don't do regular changes enough to classes. And it seems like we will go like 9 months with no class changes, and then you guys get back to it. So I would like to see regular class changes all the time. I think it would allow the team that is responsible for the dev changes to be more in tune with the changes they're doing if there isn't these giant gaps between class changes. Wait, did they change something with fishing? What did I miss? I know I saw something trading-wise there. And with the bartering thing. Okay, let's see. Sell same item. You can only sell items in bulk. Did I miss something with fishing? I don't really see anything specifically fishing related. That down smash they removed for whatever reason didn't roll a 30% chance. It was guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah, that's BS if it was guaranteed. That does make sense. Yeah, no, I am excited about class changes. Like I said, I'm just worried about Awakened Sage. I know we need nerfs. I just feel like it's constantly the wrong things. And I would like to see, before too many of the wrong nerfs happen, I would like to see the right nerfs happen, you know? Because I'm just worried that we're going to get patch after patch of the wrong nerfs, and we're going to still stay busted, but we're going to have more and more of a linear kit. And then eventually you guys are going to get the right thing, and we're going to feel awful. Am I looking at the GIF? I'm looking at the trading thing. Like, I swear, I must be missing something in here. I'm looking at foundries. Is it the trading? The only point of this where I see fishing or fish is when he's handing them into the trade vendor. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, you can choose which fish you want to sell. Oh, do people do that? I don't. I just sell all every time. Honestly, I think these systems where, and this applies to fishing in general too, is these systems where there's like abundant and exhausted, or you have the vendor being like sold out, or, you know, you could sell them for a high price. I honestly would rather you guys just normalize all of that. I don't think it adds depth. I think it just makes things annoying. That's just speaking for me. Maybe you guys disagree, but I feel like I would rather like all of the fishing be like normalized to like what average is. I would rather when selling your fish, it just be normalized to a normal amount. I don't like the idea that I have to sit there and suck up this opportunity cost of staring at different cities and swapping channels, trying to find a slightly better price. RNG prize fish? Well, no, I'm not saying like, yeah, having RNG like different fish. I'm not saying make like your fish, I'm not saying making the money you make a static amount per hour fishing. I think the RNG of the types of fish you get is perfectly fine. What I'm saying is between the spot being abundant or exhausted doesn't add depth to fishing. It just feels annoying. So I think instead of places being abundant, because there's very rarely any in between. It's always either abundant or exhausted. How about just make it one static speed of fishing at the average amount, and that's it. You see a few average? Yeah, because it's probably shortly after maintenance. Because what happens is maintenance happens, all the fishing spots get reset, and then by about 24 or 48 hours later, depending on the spot, some are almost immediately exhausted, some take a little bit more time. By the end of the week, practically every spot that has a moderate amount of people at it are all exhausted. And yeah, it doesn't add depth. There's no depth because they need to move into deeper waters. True. I actually need to head out of here, though, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks. Shout out to Ellie for the raid. I appreciate it tremendously. I'm going to send you guys over to Divios. Haven't raided him in a little while. And looks like he's checking out the new drip, and he'll be able to talk about the Sage changes. Thank you all for hanging out today. I would like to stream for a bit longer, but I can't. I got responsibilities. But go say hi to Divios, and I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have a longer stream. I'm going to try to get up and get started a bit sooner too. We'll catch you later.